All right, ladies, gentlemen, and of course everybody who identifies in between. So ugh. So we're doing plus threes. We're still just finishing out these pickaxes that we got left over. Shaluski, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Nice to see you over here in my chat. Let's see. So I'm gonna buy a lottery ticket this weekend, and if I win, I'm just gonna buy like 440-90s or some shit. Avoiding gaming so you can hit 100 million PPD, so you come to watch me game instead. I see the logic. Are you a follower of mine? Or did you, like, why was you here so quickly? Thank you for following, I do appreciate it. I've thrown myself off now how I message you. So somebody might receive 2 messages, I don't know. You are now? Well, it's lovely to have you in chat. It's I bet it's a bit weird for you to be like, shit, this is spec. Because, you know, there are some of you on the folding team that I have known for a very long time now. You know, there are some of you on the folding team that I have known for many years. So give me a moment. I've just got... It's nice to see you in person. Is it in person? Is it really in person? But no, I get what you mean. Yeah, I bet it's pretty nice for you to finally meet the folding team leader. Reheat. Great to put a face to the name. Here's a strange thing for you. My real name, which you will probably know from my folding name, I don't use it in real life. Most people who know me now call me Spec. Like, even people who've known me for longer than I've gone by Spec online. It's a little bit weird, but hey, it works for me. I spend most of my time talking to people online, and they all know me by this name. So, if people use my real name, half the time I blank them, and I don't mean to be rude. It's just that my brain isn't used to that being my name anymore. I always wondered. How like trans people changed their name and just accepted that that was the new name, like internally. And because of this experience, I have come to understand that it's pretty easy to get used to a new name, even if you don't mean to. Right, we sent our usual messages. So, as I like to say to all new people in my chat, tell me about yourself. Where you from? What do you do? You know, and I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So I'm Spec or Spectrum. You already know that much. You can call me either. I don't mind. I'm autistic. I'm also physically disabled. And I stream 7 days a week. Every single day. 172 days in a row I have streamed. And we're getting pretty close to that 6 months, which is a little bit insane. Mrs. Biffle Chips and Mr. Mo. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Guys, I've not even got my music on. Like, dreadful. And the bot didn't launch. No, not fuck's sake. Come on. I think I forgot. I didn't double click it. I think I accidentally single clicked it. Yeah, even people that haven't known me online, but I've met in real life, I'm just like, just call me Spec. I'm like, if you call me by my real name, I will eventually, like, understand that you're trying to talk to me, but I will... It takes a hot minute, you know? It takes a little hot minute. What are we fancying today? I think we'll start with you, me at 6. So we've not got many people online right now. Usually the number of people online is a pretty good indicator of how many people will be in stream. So we've not got many people online. Yeah, they're all sorted. I don't know why I did that. Not the end of the world. Hannah, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. So what about you, Shaluski? I don't actually know where you're from. And I don't know what you do for work. I don't think. So, like, let me know. I'm doing okay today. And Andre, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Left UK when 17, okay. So where you at? Guys, I need more RAM. No, RAM. 20 years in Tenerife now, nice. You know, computer memory. Or I just need to stop having like 50 tabs on my Chrome, I guess. That would probably help. Right, we're gonna lag out for a minute while I'm just doing this. So if I miss any of your messages, bear with me. I've just gotta, I forgot that I've gotta do something real quick. And yeah. What am I doing? Well, I'm sending an email. That isn't the thing that's logging out. But I need to access a web portal to grab something. And that web portal is so fucking bad. But if I don't do this now, I will forget to do it again for another day. And it has to be done before Friday. So realistically today. So I'm just gonna very... Why can't people just make their apps? I'm doing it literally now, Andre. I'm doing it literally now. I'm literally doing it now. So I'm planning to have a whiteboard when I move into the studio. That's one of the things I'm planning to do, is have a whiteboard on the wall. And then I can just write on the wall. Like, shit, I need to remember this thing. Write it on the wall. And this is just... Oh, we're loading. About time. This page is having a problem. Try coming back to it later. Really? Benji, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. I'm trying to access my government portal thing. I'm being very vague on purpose. Because, yeah, it's financial information stuff that I have to do before tomorrow. And it's just lagging because governments can't design for shit. Are you missing out? I mean, it depends, I guess. I'm quite happy where I'm at, personally. And we're done. Right, I can actually pay attention to stream now. I just had to submit my earnings. Or I should say lack of earnings this month. For my disability benefit. Rhythm and bass. A type of music. Oh, rhythm and blues. There you go. I'm wrong. I guessed. I'm not gonna lie. I guessed. Guys, did you know that you can lurk on YouTube as well? Just open this playlist in the background, mute the tab, and leave it to play through forever. And you'll be massively helping me out. I would really very much appreciate you guys to do that, if you can. You know, play it normally, in order, play it on shuffle, whatever you want to do. It is a genre, that is correct. Now I want to make a new genre called rhythm and bass just to confuse everyone. Baz! Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Is Tenerife an island? I've heard of it. I don't think it is. Wait, Tenerife is an island? Oh, never mind. I should go with my first initial thought on the matter. Canary Island. Makes sense. Serene Spirit. Huge plated salvage. 7 Islands, Tenerife is the biggest. Nice. But how big is the biggest? Because, I mean, technically Britain is an island, you know? But that's pretty big as far as islands go. One million residents. Damn, that is not that big then. My dad goes to Tenerife somewhat frequently. Andre, thank you for the lurk, my friend. Guys, do not forget to roll in chat just like that. You might win points. And then those points do absolutely nothing. But internet points. And Anonymous gifted a sub to Benji. Thank you, whoever you are, Anonymous. I very much appreciate it. Benji, welcome back to having that sub badge. Normally just use it to get World of Tank drops. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, it depends what you want to do, but generally just chill in chat and talk, and that's what most people do. Oh, I've done the wrong thing, guys. It depends what you're wanting to do. The AOC messed up and didn't do the update for LTT last update, but this update they did. But the update didn't seem to be double, so I'm very confused what's going on. Usually when they miss an update, the next update's just double points, but this one isn't. Yeah, I agree with Benji, what the hell? Eyeball, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Reheat. I have so many PCs running, I need them all to be watching. Run my YouTube videos in the background on all of them. Check DMs can do. Oh. You can tell I copied and pasted that from somewhere, can't you? You can tell I copied and pasted that from somewhere. Oh well. The message was the same, Red, okay? So how many computers do you have running Sirluski? Too many. I'm only folding on the Quadro in the background, so it shouldn't massively impact my computer. I'm currently encoding on the same GPU I'm playing on. I don't usually do that. I usually encode on my second GPU. But it's fine. It's running fine. I only have 16 gigabytes of RAM and I act like I've got 32, you know? Seems to be working well. It's good enough. I do really want to get an Arc. Or I'm waiting to see what AMD's gonna bring. But I really want to get into AV1 encoding. And I know Nvidia cards have it this gen, but they're only higher end. 10 computers. I love it how we've got that many computers they can't even count anymore. Or RDNA 3 exactly, which we find out at 8 PM my time. I don't think it's going to be a compute monster like a lot of people think. I do think it's going to be powerful. But like, AMD has purposely split off the compute and gaming architecture completely. So I don't think it's going to be quite the compute monster people think. But gaming wise, it might be quite interesting. I've just got these images of Shaluska going. Right, so where's number 7? Where the fuck is number 7? It was around here somewhere. Ah, fuck it, I'll just build a new one. Yeah, it's just an entire rack filled with Raspberry Pis, and everyone is just watching my YouTube. I'm just racking, you know. There's just like 1,000 Raspberry Pis in a rack watching my YouTube. I wonder what a Raspberry Pi does in folding these days, because it does have ARM support now, folding. I think. I'm sure they released ARM support. No, honestly, if the top end RDNA 3 can, you know, like can compete with like the 3080 for sub a grand. You know, if you can do it for like $800 or something, then that's already a winner. You can compete with the 4090 for like 1,200, 1,500. It might be something, you know, like a grand to 1,200 would be amazing. You know, 1,200 to 1,500 would be pretty meh, in my opinion. The thing is typically AMD sells every GPU they make. Yeah, today at 8 PM British time. You know, typically AMD sell all the silicon they can make. No, that's not been the case for Zen, Ryzen 7000, Zen 5, whatever Zen we're on at this point. You're in the same time zone as UK, yeah. I didn't know, so I just thought I would say it's 8 PM British time, GMT, UTC, whatever time zone you want to call it. So like apart from the most recent Gen CPUs, AMD sell every piece of silicon they make, right? So like realistically speaking, and I hate to say it, but they don't need to drop prices. Now they could if they have secured more capacity with TSMC. I don't know if they have. Maybe they could theoretically drop the prices and actually take the fight to Nvidia. I think this generation would be more about proving the technology, and next generation would be about taking the fight to Nvidia. That's what I think. Now, I don't have any insider information. I'm not a leaker or anything like that. I'm not Moore's Law is dead. I imagine like they got to prove the technology works, so they might not try to compete with the 4090 that much. But proving the technology works is very important, which means it probably would make it cheaper. And then next gen, take the fight to Nvidia. At least that's what I would do. Yeah, that's also very true. Well, no, the issue is pushing the prices on the CPUs isn't that bad. But having the CPUs need an expensive motherboard with expensive RAM. Now that's a problem. You know, with Intel's last gen, you could use DDR4 or DDR5, which meant that you could have a cheaper setup if you wanted to, because DDR4 is quite cheap these days. Um, but they didn't do that. So only DDR5 is already a problem. And you know it's the motherboard manufacturer who pushed them to make the boards more expensive, right? Right, obviously, AMD don't make more money if motherboards are more expensive. AMD sells them the chipset stuff, and that's it. The board manufacturers are the ones that was like, AMD, we need more profit. And AMD, who doesn't quite have the sway of Intel yet, and probably never will, to be honest, kind of had to go, you know what, okay. And it bit them in the ass, where realistically they should have stood the ground and said, look, you make plenty of profit. You make absolutely plenty of profit. And they do. Motherboards are quite profitable. I mean, you can tell that with the fact that NZXT got into the motherboard game. I'm still secretly hoping EVGA gets in bed with AMD for GPUs. I don't think they will. But I can wish, right? Yeah, probably. They probably did think that. And like, realistically speaking, the CPUs are more expensive to make. So they had to increase price. No, I don't think they really increased price that much. Comparatively. But they wanted to maintain the same percent profit margin. You know? At the end of the day, if AMD can be even remotely competitive with Nvidia, which what a lot of people don't understand is AMD's pretty competitive with Nvidia apart from the very highest end, right? Like at least last generation. I think that depends. And I'm gonna answer that in a moment in more detail. But last generation Intel AMD was pretty competitive with Nvidia apart from the very highest end, right? They had an option for every slot, you know. But do I think more ARBs will leave Nvidia? I think it depends if Nvidia changes after AVGA left. Because it's not a very profitable business, right? Like EVGA has shown us that the business is not profitable. And if Nvidia keeps competing with their own ARBs, I think Nvidia doesn't care. I think the more ARBs that leave Nvidia, the more graphics cards Nvidia themselves can sell. I think that's all they care about, right? Like they're now creating beautiful graphics cards that perform well. So like, why do you need AIBs at that point? If you can and do produce, I mean, that's somewhat true, Benji. So Nvidia did make some of their own GPUs before, but they never made their own gaming GPUs. So like, I believe Titan class. I believe one Quadro is kind of consumer, to be honest. And Titan class cards are consumer, and I believe they were made by Nvidia. I could be wrong about that. I've never owned a Titan, but I do think that Titan class cards were made by Nvidia. But regardless of the fact, Nvidia never directly competed with their own AIBs. Nvidia didn't have the distribution channels the AIBs have yet. Nvidia is one of the most profitable companies around. You know? Like, if they want to make distribution channels, they can just throw money at the problem. Well, not precisely true. Founders Edition cards, X Marshmallow, love it. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? We are talking technology at the moment, but feel free to say hello in chat. Founders Editions were originally made by AIBs, right? So like the original reference cards, or Founders Editions as it was called in 10 series, was originally made, funnily enough, mostly by EVGA. EVGA was one of the bigger manufacturers of Founders Editions, right? They weren't the only one, but they were one of the larger ones. And they even sold with EVGA branding for the 10 series, for instance. But Titan cards are a consumer thing, so they did technically make their own. But what you have to remember is the So they changed it to the 90 for two reasons. One, they wanted more gamers to buy the Titan class card, so make it a gaming card, because everyone saw Titan class as like a Quadro when it wasn't. But two, by making it the Titan class just a GeForce card instead of a Titan class card, they could get AIBs to sell them, and I think they did that to try and like appease AIBs for competing with them. But eventually it's still going to come back to bite Nvidia, right? The first Titan was more or less a cheap. I mean, that's not true. The first Titan was a dual GPU card, I believe. I could be wrong on that. But regardless, they weren't cheap Quadros per se. They were expensive. The original Titan were GeForce Titan cards, right? And they had some professional features, but that was just to differentiate them from standard GeForce cards. But they were and have always been GeForce cards. They use the GeForce driver, where Quadros have their own driver stack. Hannah, thank you for the lurk. But let's not talk about tech for too long, because we will scare people off. As much as I love talking about tech, not everyone does. No, at the end of the day, we're not going to agree. The first Titan was not a dual GPU. Good to know. No, it's not for you, Hannah. To be fair, I'm just a bit... We're not going to agree on the situation. And it just descends into this thing. I believe this, and I believe that, and that's the way it is, kind of thing. I'm sorry you feel that way, Benji. The Titan Z was, however. I knew the Titan Z was. For some reason, I thought the Titan Z was the first Titan. But you are correct. I'm wrong on that point. Creed, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Tell me about RuneScape. Never played it. Well, I'm probably a bad person to tell you about RuneScape because I just do stupid things like make 5 million arrows, make 1,000 pickaxes. Like I don't really play the game how it should be played. Well, I mean, is there a certain way to play a game? Like, is there a way a game should be played? I don't know if I agree with that now I've said it, but you know what I mean. I don't play the game like most people play the game. That's what I will say. I do not play the game like most people play the game. Which, of course, means that I can't really tell you that much about it. There's quests. You okay? How are you? I'm doing okay. There are quests that you can do if you want. I don't like quests. There's skills to train up. Like most MMOs, you know. The quests are very good if you like the storylines. I'm just not that interested in that, personally. But I do watch people who do questing. On YouTube and the like. And the storyline's very interesting. But it's also free to play. There is obviously a premium tier, but if you ever fancied running it, you can just load it up on your mobile. If you've got anything close to a modern iPhone or Android phone, you can just install it on your phone and play it for free. So, like, if you want to try to play a bit of a game whilst not interrupting folding, you could do that. Okay then, Spotify. That scared the shit out of me. Or build another... Yeah, but if you build another computer, you'll just end up running folding on that computer. You'll just end up running folding on that computer. And then you build another computer to game on, but you'll end up folding on that computer as well. That's your problem, is, especially during an event, you just want to get as many points as you can. So you can't fold. I mean, I'll take that 4090 off your hands, you know? This is the first year that I'm not using any cloud computing because I just can't afford it. You're happy with your 3090? Nice. I've got a 1080 and I'm completely happy with it because all I play is RuneScape. Could you imagine having the 4090 to play RuneScape? Like, yes, I can render it in 16K. No, we're stopping talking about, like... I know what I meant. We were stopping that specific conversation that was causing discourse in the community. That is what I meant. I usually do a bit of cloud every event just to back me up. But I just don't have the spare cash. Especially because on the Spectrum Media, my media company is taking up quite a lot. So I can do the Spectrum command. So that's our homepage. That's taking up a lot of my time, effort, and money. I'm currently also kitting out the streaming studio, and that's taking a fair amount of my cash reserves as well. And then I got scammed. Do we have a command for the scammed blog post, Red? I don't think we do we? Negative. Give me one moment, please. In fact, Red, can you grab that link? Yeah, because I didn't think I'd be talking about it much more. But it turns out I did. Thank you. So I was scammed of all of my money, Shaluski, maybe a month or two ago now. I don't remember when it was. I do talk about it in a blog post that is right in the chat. I'll literally create the you don't need to add it to the to-do list. Copy link address. I'm literally logged into the bot panel. So I can just do it now. Scammed. Alright, that's added. It's done. But yeah, I was saving up for a motorbike at the time, and so I had quite a lot of liquidity, should we say? And it was stolen. So that happened. Kind of frustrated me. Oh, I know it can happen to anybody. And if you read how it was done, you'll read that that could have happened to anybody. Oh, I see where that scam could have gone then. Yeah. Kota, I was weirdly just thinking about you. Huh. No worries, Benji, no worries. Have a good day, my friend. Always, one thing that I do is I always say, oh, I'll call you back. Let me get the number from your website or something like that. And it's especially true because I have... I don't look at general chat very often. Let's have a look. Right, I need to upload a VOD to YouTube, so let's just do that real quick. Where are we up to? 12th, so we need to upload the 13th. Export. Are you going to work for me today? That is the question on the cards. Or are you going to break again? I didn't really have a specific bike in mind. But I wanted a... I was looking at... oh, what the fuck is it called? I can never remember. I think it was called like a gorilla or something. There was a bike my friend had that they were selling. It was like a cruiser type bike, nothing too thing. I think so. It was an old bike, it was very old, but it cost next to nothing to insure. It was like 500 a year to insure, so you know, yeah, 1 to 5. Reheat. I do not. I don't have any license currently. I never liked the idea of driving a car. I used to... So here's something you won't know about me, Shuluski. Before my disability, I was planning to do CBT, yes, and I still am at some point. Before my disability got bad, I used to be a competitive cyclist. It's still called CBT, yes. I used to be a competitive cyclist, as in like a push bike, a road bike, whatever you want to call it, I don't know. So I feel much safer on two wheels because I spent most of my teenage years on two wheels on the road. You know, I used to do like 500 miles a week easily. I used to go out on the weekend and do like 200-mile rides and things. It was ridiculous. Loved it. And then one day I woke up and couldn't walk. And I just never really recovered the ability to cycle. I've still got my road bike downstairs. I'm planning to hang it on the wall in my studio. But I don't think I will ever be riding it again, unfortunately. But like the idea of cars, I don't like the idea of driving a car. I don't know why. I couldn't explain to you why. I don't like the idea of driving a car. But a motorbike, it's just a bike with a motor, right? I do understand it's very different. The center of gravity is very different. And it's, yeah. I'm aware that it's not just the same thing with a motor. There is a lot of difference. The other day, I was in town, and I saw a guy. I saw a guy who had a chainsaw engine on his pushback. He just hopped off the path into the road, pulled the ripcord, and just zoomed off with this little chainsaw engine. It was great. I'm like, that is an inventive person. Very legal. It is definitely illegal, but it was still great. It had no plates on it, so it obviously wasn't type rated. Because you can theoretically put an engine on the push bike, and as long as you've got all the correct lights and speedo and everything, you can get it type rated. You know, people do it with electric bikes all the time. They import cheap Chinese electric bike kits, build them, and get them type rated all the time. It's done quite frequently. So you can do it legally. You just have to do it the right way. But it was just great. Just pull the little ripcord, zoomed off. That is a legend. Driving, you know, without license and insurance is a It's kind of weird when when a passenger in a car, I'm still looking as if I'm the one driving the vehicle. So like, you know, when we come up to like crossroads or junction or everything, I'm automatically doing my checks. Like, my brain still has that mental, you know, place from when I was road cycling. You like check, 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 check. Okay, you can go. They look fun, but I see people drive. Do you mean electric bikes? Well, yeah, it's at the end of the day, a proper electric bike. Sax, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Thank you for spending 69 Rubicons to make me say nice. A proper, real electric bike, not like an electric assisted bike. A real electric bike is a motorbike, and it should be treated as such, which means helmets and, you know, you're talking like leathers or Grotex or some kind of, you know, material covering your body that protects you against, you know, sliding across the road surface at 20 to 30 miles an hour. Because that's not gonna be pretty. Right? All it takes is one patch of ice, one oil slick, and that's it, you're on the floor. And if you're doing, 20, 30, 40 miles an hour, and you're not wearing proper gear, it's not going to be pretty. It's like in America when there were... I call them skull caps. When there were half helmets. And it has zero face protection or jaw protection or protection for your neck in any way. And they're legal in America. They're not legal on British roads. Although, let's be honest, American vehicles and vehicle standards are exceptionally low. I don't mean to be offensive, Americans, but some of your cars are falling apart, come on. Reheat. Awesome. I don't know. I think a lot of people think this bad thing won't happen to me because I'm good at this. But not understanding that, most accidents turns out fun in your young years. Most accidents on motorbikes, and they're a single vehicle accident. Oh, guys, we're just... right. We're just gonna make this one and we'll forget about that leftover one because I can't be asked making more bars right now. Why, guys? Why do I get so many emails of people offering me loans? I don't want a loan. I am in zero debt. And I like to keep it that. Well, I am in mostly zero debt. I do technically have student loans, but in Britain, it's not really debt. Gonna get dressed and hop on. Nice, Kota. I think I'm gonna go mining after this. Reheat. PCX 125. You wear all the gear. You get passed by so many suit bikes with the rider wearing sandal and t-shirt. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. You're finally done with this quest, GG. Nice, I like it, Mr. Mo. Well done. Mr. Mo's been on a bit of a journey with a lot of quests at the moment, trying to unlock some new parts of the map. Reheat. The picker. Ah, okay. But still, you're unlocking shit. Oh, GG on Prith. I desperately. I desperately need to find somebody who will video edit or teach me to video edit at the minimum. In the near future. You're gonna get better at mining than me. Better than my main or my alt? By better, I'm presuming you mean higher mining level. Prithidontis is it's an elven city, I believe, where you can do a bunch of skilling and whatnot. Better gear mainly. I mean, you could get better gear, that's true. Thank you, Kota. Kota knows better than me. So I do have a bunch of porters. So we're gonna go mine Dirt Amica on both accounts. And then we can just vibe and talk. No worries, no worries. If you can leave a look, I'd appreciate it. But if not, have a good day. Loading map. Also, take your time. I'm in no rush. No, really hurry up. There we go. You just leave the stream open on whatever computer or device you're watching on. I hear you've got just a couple computers running that you could leave a stream running on. No worries, have a good day, my friend. Finally got Twitch to work on your laptop. Awesome. One moment, please. Sorry guys, one moment, I've just got to check something. Alright guys. Nice, Mr. Mo, do it. Finish that setup. Nice. Go away with... Now they're offering me a credit card. I only wanted to know what my credit rating was for insurance. So what is everybody's plans for today? I know, right? GG on that, Mr. Mo. Oh, that's a good one, Mr. Biffle Chips. That applied to our premium credit card. Real gauge your alt. Nice. Can somebody test the playlist command for me, please? Yay, fun times. Awesome, thank you, Mrs. Bifflechips. Fair enough, Mr. Mo, fair enough. I know that feeling. GG, Sax. GG. On Fresh Start Worlds. Oh, come on, that's not the same. You rank like 52 or something. Nice. Well done on that. That's a serious thing. My clothes covered in cat fur. Exactly. It is actually Bonnie's fur as well. Right. So we've still not really got many people online in game today. We'll message Smoke, tell him I'm live. Hydrate, can do. There you go, Kota. Thank you for looking after me. Main kid doesn't have enough fun, almost 120, so okay, okay. Not too bad. Only 24. How many are you making in total? Eight. Well, that's not too bad. Let me know when you make 1,000 of them, okay? So I can now just do this. Guys, if you're not already doing it, can you play my YouTube playlist in the background, please? I would very much appreciate it. Gotta get those numbers, you know? Not if you sell them just before DXP, the market will very happily take them. Although you're better at getting plate bodies if you're planning to sell them in mass. If you was planning to do them just to sell, plate bodies would make more sense for, yeah. .15 vids in, thank you very much, Red. Do remember to hit that like button if you can. I'm just checking. We're 1.5 hours. We didn't take a 1 hour break, but I'm feeling alright. Let's see. Sorry guys, I know I was quiet. I'm being messaged. Yeah, we're just mining. Just sitting back, we're chilling. I miss mining, so I thought, fuck it, I'll do it. Kota is AFK div train on 2 accounts. Love it, Kota. That's what you want to see. I'm a little bit too far from my keyboard tray. I keep having to only help my chair forward because I move it back in between streams. We can just lean back. Wait, you're not doing that right now? Oh, I see. I completely misread the situation. How dreadful of me. I will be doing divination during DXP, at least on the main account. The alt will probably continue to mine. I want to get 120 mining on the alt. I don't think I'll do it during DXP, but we can only try. Auric, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Doing housework which sucks fun times. Unfortunately, housework is one of those things that need to be done. But thank you for coming along and lurking, I'm presuming. I do appreciate it. Yep. Have a good one, my friend. Justin. You have 302,000 rainbow coins. How much time do you have in chat? I know you just lurk all the time whilst you're working. Apparently that doesn't work. Justin, can you do that time command for me? Oh. Fair enough. Only doesn't work with a ping. I see. 737 hours. That's insane. $77 hours. Kota, thank you so much for all of that time. Oh. My arm is really painful today where I have my flu jab. Oh well. I mean, I've had flu jabs and COVID jabs before, so I shouldn't say that. Nobody talk about that virus. But I've had vaccinations before, so I'm aware. It's just annoying. Yeah, no worries. Feel as I tell everybody, you're free to DM me at any point for any reason. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. No worries with that at all. Let's see. How many porters we use? Charge all porters. We've barely used any. Okay. Let's activate that 50% chance of a porter there as well. And we'll do that on the alt. Ugh. Solidly moving along. We're doing pretty well. It was that account. I was like, which account did I just get a opportunity on? Download Runescape on your phone. Do it. Do it. Also, welcome back to chat, Sherluski. Alright, thank you for not saying that in my chat, Kota. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you recovered okay. What's the current... So the current mission is called Time Wasting. So there is an event called DXP, which is double XP, coming up on the 11th. So I'm just kind of wasting time until the 11th. So we'll do some mining and we'll just do some other random things until then. And then when DXP comes around, It was very mild considering. I'm happy to hear that. When DXP comes around, we will be trying to get the maximum level of divination and maybe even woodcutting. Nice, thank you for spending 6 now Rebel coins to make me say nice, Sax. So the current mission is time wasting. I might just go on a big mining binge because I really enjoy mining in the game for some reason. I could not tell you why, but I just actively enjoy mining. So I might just end up doing like a week or so of mining, which is not the end of the world. So I think that's what we will be doing. Just game vicariously through me. What are you mining and what are you going to build? Alright, so I am currently mining Dark Amica. Or Animica. But I say Amica because I have speech issues. And this is used to create Elder Rune, which is like the highest tier metal. And I'm just mining because I enjoy mining. I don't have any specific plans for the material at the moment. I mean, Dark Amica and Light Amica are very good money makers on their own, so I could just sell the ore if I wanted to, and make quite a bit of profit. I don't know if I will, but at the moment we're just mining Dark Amica on. You might have noticed that we're playing 2 accounts. You can see in the bottom left corner there is another account doing exactly the same thing at the moment, but we are playing 2 accounts. I was going to ask if you can trade. You can trade. I often trade materials between my accounts. Off to London. No worries, Red. Enjoy your meal, my friend. Nice, Kota. And welcome back to the chat, Hannah. Can people raid or attack you? So, you used to be able to attack other players in the wilderness. I don't know if that's still the case. Somebody else in chat who deals with that will certainly let you know. But you theoretically can be attacked by other players in certain areas of the map. Plus, I think there are PvP worlds where you can attack people anywhere. But I don't do that personally. I'm not a big combat person. My combat skills are pretty mediocre. You need to be opted into PvP. Ah, okay. There you go. See, I don't do any real combat or anything. There's like big bosses you can do and dungeons and all sorts. I don't really do any of that. I just like grinding skills out, personally. Like, the amazing thing about MMORPGs is you can play it in any way that you want to. At some point. Do you just play RuneScape? On stream, yes. So, I only stream RuneScape. I do play other games off stream. But on stream, I only play RuneScape. Now, the next question you're going to ask is, what other games do you play? And the answer is, I enjoy a game called Stellaris, City Skylines, which is a well-known game. I play a little bit of RimWorld here and there, Faster Than Light, just a few games. But I don't have much time to play games anymore. Because obviously running a small media company takes a lot of time. You know, I write for 2 blogs and sometimes a 3rd blog, and then I review all the content for all the blogs. So that takes up a lot of my time, and then obviously things like folding month takes up a lot of time, more time than people would think. And then streaming every single day. I did not see in clan chat Kota GG on that. Yeah, I was one of the early people on Stellaris, to be honest. I bought Stellaris very early, and so much has changed. And in a lot of ways, I like it. Does Spec play Minecraft? Not very much anymore. I originally started streaming RimWorld and Minecraft. That's what I started with. Oh, we're rolling. Show me the money. No, okay. Also, the bot is a troll. But yeah, I do enjoy Stellaris. I don't play it much anymore because I just don't have... Like, realistically, to make good progress Stellaris, you need to be able to sit down for, like, you know, like 3 to 5 hours. And I just don't have that amount of time available to me most situations. I have been thinking about doing a Stellaris series on YouTube, but I don't know how that would be received. But again, it's an issue with finding the time to play the game, edit the gameplay. Strop all the game. Could do. Well, no, the idea would be a game that I want to play, and it's just a way of it's a way of just justifying to myself spending that long to playing the game when I've got other things to do. If I'm making content out of it, it's work. Guys, did you know in the past 5 years, 2 new companies have been started that make Nixie tubes? How mad is that? A technology that died, you know, 30, 40 years ago, and 2 new companies in the past 5 years have started making them. Like, I'm not talking about a company that already made electronics. I'm talking about 2 brand new companies have been developed to make Nixie tubes. Have been built from the ground up just to manufacture Nixie tubes. That blows my mind. They do look really good. Like, if they weren't so expensive, I would already have a Nixie tube clock. Is that a lot of parts? Yeah, if they weren't so expensive, I would already own a Nixie tube clock. What is a Nixie tube? Oh. Do you know what a vacuum tube is? Or if you're American, you might have called them electronic valves. No. No. Oh. Are you taking the piss here? Now, I know I have an extensive knowledge of computing history because I've studied it for a long time. But like, like before transistors, there were these glass envelopes that acted somewhat similar to transistors. That's what, computers used to be built with. And if you design them in specific ways, you can get them so an element inside the tube glows. So if you make those elements shaped like a number, and you connect to the right connections on it, you can make that number glow. Now you can stack multiples of those numbers inside a tube, and you stack them in a certain arrangement so that they're as visible as possible. And you can get 0 to 1 inside a tiny glass tube, little tiny things. And yeah, that's an X tube, basically, and they look incredible. I mean, the classic ones can look like anything. The modern ones are based off the, the right angled version of them, but classic ones, you have ones that could look down on, sideways, whatever. Give me one sec. See, can I find something? No, that's not what I'm looking for. So this is one of the guys. This is one of the guys that has started a new company building Nixie tubes. Missy Biffle chips. I'm trying to find the video. I'm trying to find a good... This one. Please don't play audio. Please don't play audio. Please don't play... RIP. Played audio. Yeah, I understand what you mean. This guy is making some of the world's biggest Nixie tubes that has ever been made, which to me is mental. Seven Days to Die, not interested. Factorio, I'm a little interested, but I don't own it. City Skylines, I do own it, and I do play it. Civilization, I don't recognize it. When you say Civilization, do you mean like Sid Meier's Civilization 5 or whatever? Rust, not interested. Two Point Hospital, always been interested, but never played it. Valheim, not interested. Part of me wished that I kept playing Minecraft. Because I used to be pretty good with, like, redstone and things. I even built a couple small redstone computers in my time. But these days I barely remember anything of redstone. Oh, is the Civilization 6 now? Jeez. Right, guys, it's break time. Already. Surprising. Can somebody do the break command for me? So I take a break every 2 hours, so I can make sure I'm looking after myself. Guys, if you've been sat down for the last 2 or so hours, maybe get up and have a stretch, get something to eat or drink. But generally, look after yourselves because self-care is important. I will be back in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Alright, guys, I have returned. Who we still got in chat? Can we have a roll call, please? Just like that. And that is literally the worst roll you could get. Awesome. Thank you, Mrs. Bifflechips. Kota, thank you for hanging around. You're about to go stroke and go to this meeting and be back shortly. No worries, no worries. You're going to have lunch, no worries, Andre, no worries. Enjoy your lunch. Take pictures, send them on Discord. Mrs. Bifflechip, did you have a look at those Nixie tubes? Even the thumbnail shows them. I know, right? I bet they're expensive, though. And you. Awesome. So I did that VOD upload in the end. Did I check? It did. Awesome. Buy Luminite injectors. I mean, I just don't bother, but Luminite injectors. And now we're back. We're going to do another shout out. Guys, if you are not playing my YouTube playlist in the background, what is wrong with you? You know? Hit the link, mute the tab, let it play. Put it on 2x speed if you want to so you get through more videos. All the good stuff. That only works if you're on desktop. If you're on mobile, you can't really do both. I don't think. Playing now, thank you Koto, I massively appreciate it. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe if you are watching on YouTube. And if you made it this far into the video on YouTube, GGU. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. I'm trying to figure out what my next upgrade is going to be for streaming. Hardware-wise. I'm wondering if getting a cam link for my DSLR would make sense. That would make... that could... yeah. What do cam links cost? But they're not cheap. Exception, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Sorry, I was just looking up cam links. Well, how are you doing today? It's nice to see you back in chat. Been getting a lot of headaches lately though. Well, that's not very good. I hope you get that checked out. How are you? I'm doing okay. I am doing okay. I'm not as productive as I would like to be at the moment, which is frustrating me. But hey, what can you do? Just gotta keep at it. It just takes more. The beggar is back in his alt rip. I guess you can do some screen grabs and things if you can chat. Got a whole case on him at the moment. Pardon, Red? Oh, right, we're doing solidly. Sorry, I'm really distracted today. Between my arm hurting and me thinking about things. I was confused over what the hell THX's deep notes are. I see the void stir. I don't think I've ever taken notice. So never call me again. You've made your bed, so sleep with him. I'll check that at end of stream. Let's charge our porter, see how many we've burned through. Only another 4. Not too bad. I could do actually. That's a good shout. See, this is what I keep Red around for. Is a smart boy. I'm not interested in the Call of Duty drop, thank you very much. Twitch. That was a pleasant noise, I will say that much. I was like, thanks, but no thanks. I don't play Call of Duty. I'm not sure if I've ever played Call of Duty. Maybe when I was a kid, I don't know. I much prefer games where you made things and killed things, you know? Building games, Minecraft, leveling up characters, that kind of thing. Not just blindly shooting at things. Okay. Put it in the music channel. I don't have anything against people who play it, or you know, I'm not like anti Call of Duty. It's just not something that interests me. The closest Call of Duty I played is Halo, and that's because Halo has an amazing storyline. Let's see. I don't know. What would you guys like to talk about? Preferably not food. Sorry, I was just checking. The Netflix movie remake of All Quiet on the Western Front is pretty good. I haven't finished it yet though. All Quiet. I might have watched that. I watch a lot of movies like that. If not, it's either on my list to watch or I've watched it. I don't remember. I don't remember. The bass in this song pleases me. Oh, we nearly full on the alt. About time. Ugh. Nobody answered my question earlier. What do you guys have planned for today? Anything? Eating? Nice. Gaming, maybe. I got writing to do, folding month stuff. I really want to try and finish that blog post today. Work, errands, have fun. Yeah, I really want to get that blog post finished today I've been working on. I found it, I don't know if I'm just struggling to concentrate at the moment or I found this post in particular challenging. I'll only know when I move on to the next post. Music and smithing and chatting here. Well, I appreciate that, Kota. Shall we listen to some Panic at the Disco? Yes, we shall. Probably leave Guild Wars 2 on Minecraft. Nice. Always nice to meet other people who play the same games as you. Say what you mean, tell me I'm lying. and let your sun rain down on me. Give me a sign, I wanna believe. Whoa, Mona Lisa. Sorry guys, I'm singing. I'm trying to think what the hell I'm gonna eat today. Oh, I've got sausages I need using. So something with sausage. Sausage and mash maybe? Throw in some peas. Some corn on there maybe. Maybe a salad as well. That might be a good shout actually. Andre, welcome back to the chat. Whoa, Mona Lisa. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. How was your lunch? Hydrate can do. Nice, thank you, Sven. 6 now room consummate said nice. And a stretch as well. Ah, cable. And let the sun rain down on me. Give me a sign, I wanna believe. And the alt is full. Come on, run faster, man. Nice, right. So, I am thinking we try and do another hour and a half, maybe a little longer, I don't know. We'll see. I just don't have much to talk about today. You know? So testosterone boys and harlequin girls, will you dance to this beat and hold a lover close? I want to get some eggs. Completely random. I don't eat eggs very often, but every now and then I just get a hankering for eggs. And I do have a hankering for eggs. Your brain is fried at the moment, so I know that feeling. I know that feeling. So testosterone boys and harlequin girls. No news tends to be good news. I mean, true. I've got nothing to complain about. My pain's relatively in check. I'm relaxed. I've got no drama going on in my life. Like, generally speaking, things are fine. You know? I've got nothing particularly good to report on either. Which happens, like, that's not... Most of life is mediocre bullshit, right? And let's be honest, most of life is doing fuck all. And just wasting time. And that's okay. So testosterone boys and harlequin girls, will you dance to this beat and hold a lover close? I love Panic at the Disco. And Brendan, you're such a babe. My hips are starting to hurt though, which happens, so... I got told off by the doctor for not taking enough pain meds. When I had my medication review. What day was it? Monday? Tuesday? I'm not sure. Whatever day it was. I got told off because I'm like, I only really want to take painkillers if I'm in lots of pain. Because, you know, opiates. I don't want to be taking opiates randomly. And like, no, you've got to... Because of the way how the paracetamol on it works, you've got to start taking your painkillers as soon as you start feeling pain. Not when your pain's really bad. And apparently they'll be... Like, they'll last longer doing it that way. I don't see how that's going to work, taking more of them. But, we'll see. But yeah, I got told off for only taking my painkillers when I'm in extreme pain. It was quite funny as well, because the person I saw was like, oh, if you have a new pain that lasts longer than 3 days, you should see a doctor. I'm like, if I saw the doctor every time I had a new pain that lasted longer than 3 days, I would be at the doctor's office every week. Because when you've got, you know, neurological disorders, your pain moves around. It's not like you're injured. When you're injured, say you've like dislocated your shoulder and had to have it relocated, your shoulder's gonna hurt, right? And your shoulder hurts, and you know it hurts because of that. You take painkillers, it goes away, and eventually it heals. Or whatever injury it is that you've had. When you've got a pain disorder, it's not like that. One day, your hips hurt, and like, usually you have parts of your body where the pain is more prominent. Like for me, it's my hips and my intimate area, we'll say. But I also get pain in my shoulders, I get chest pains, I get stomach pains, I get pains down my legs. You know, and if every time I got a new pain, I went and saw the doctor, I would be there all the time. So, like, I do understand that it's important to get things checked, you know? I completely agree with that. But when if I feel a different type of pain, I talk to the doctor. But if it's just my usual neuropathic pain, I'm like, yeah, it's just my pain. Like, the amazing thing is, pain is not just pain. You know, pain has all sorts of different types and sensations that go with it. And if you're in pain a lot, you could play bingo with your types of pain, true. If you're in pain a lot, you get used to, like, what this type of pain is and that type of pain is, and you can generally tell the difference. I mean, most people can tell the difference to some degree, but the more you feel pain, the more you experience it, right? So, like, my pain that I get normally is like a toothache pain. It feels like toothache, but in other parts of my body. Neuropathic pain. The pain in my arm is like a dead, crushing pain from my flu jab. That's the easiest way I can explain it. You know, it's like somebody's punched me really hard in the arm, giving me a dead arm. Not that I go to the doctor with that. That's normal. I've had an injection. But yes, we could play pain bingo if we really wanted to. It doesn't. It's not like really painful. Like getting it didn't hurt at all. To be honest, I didn't even know she'd done it until she said, "Right, we're done." I was like, "What?" She's very good at giving it. I'm gonna say the lady who gave it to me. And yeah, I didn't mind it. A couple days after, lifting my arm up like this hurts a bit, but generally speaking, it's not too bad. Now, obviously, I feel pain worse than normal people, so like it may not even be noticeable for a lot of people. Exactly, but Red. And not just like the severity of the pain is different, but the type of pain as well. You know? Like, obviously, there's a difference in the severity of pain. But I think a lot of times, doctors... Yeah, yeah. I do find... Please don't say the C word in my chat. We're not allowed to talk about it on YouTube. So, we will pretend that you didn't say that. In fact, Red, can you add that word that we can't say to the auto mod list? Yeah, I got a video taken down on YouTube for talking about that. Thank you, Red. It just stops my YouTube channel getting in trouble is all. But I will say, guys, if you have any questions about the illness that I've been going around recently that I don't want to talk about, do reach out to your local health provider, whether it's like the NHS, World Health Organization, the CDC, whatever. Read up about it from respectable places and make sure you're following all the best advice that you can. Yeah, like if you're busy and not paying attention to it, like when I'm talking to you and whatever, it's only when I like lift my arm that I vaguely notice that I got jabbed. I know, right? People are dropping like flies. Well, I got one of my videos taken down for that, Mr. Biffle Chips. I appealed it and they maintained that the video should have been taken down. But they didn't give me timestamp in the video of when it happened. So I was like, did it something I said? Was it something in the game chat? I don't know. Because I weren't sitting for a 6.5 hour video reading all the chat, the stream chat, the game chat, and what I'm saying for 6.5 hours. I just don't have that amount of time. Yeah, I do find the early vaccinations seem to hurt more. I don't know if like they used a different needle type or something, but I do feel like the early vaccinations hurt more. Interesting, Mr. Biffle Chips. Did you get the same brand of vaccination both times, or did you get a different vax? You got different ones. See, I got the same both times. I got the same both times. And I have very few side effects. Theoretically, there should be nothing wrong with getting different, you know, nothing wrong with getting different vaccination brands. But when I got mine very early because of my health conditions, and they didn't know if you could use different brands yet. So they would make sure everyone received the same brand of what they got initially. But it has been proven to be safe to use different brands of vaccinations now for boosters, which is great. All the same company. Interesting. But yeah, I know both of mine initially were the same. Coulter is saying that he got full vaccinations and they was all the same brand. The manufacturer was the same for all of them. For the new banned word. Love it. Huh. Honestly, guys, the Elgato, whatever you say it, the website is so confusing. I don't know if it's because of I'm viewing it on a narrow screen. I can't imagine it does, or would, but we will see. I found it so difficult to find the product pages. It might be because I'm looking at it on a very narrow screen, you know, I'm on my portrait screen. And it's still... And even when I'm looking at the store, I'm not seeing all of the products. What? Is it under Where the hell? It's not under capture. Is it under cameras? Yeah. So the cam link and the like is under cameras, not under store. I don't know. I feel like it should be under capture personally. I'm looking at cam links and various things to use my DSLR as a webcam. I was hoping they had just a standard cam link because the current cam link is 4K. I was hoping they had a 1080p one that was cheaper. They do not. They do not. Hydrate. And Bonnie! Guys, I heard a shout. When I said her name, she must have been in the other room. She makes a weird chirping noise. I heard it. Go away! Nobody loves you! I dealt with the problem, don't worry. So I am thinking about if I can find the space in the studio, putting some cat beds in the studio and seeing, and maybe installing a cat flap in the door and seeing if we can get, you know, a cat cam going. Would that be something you guys would be interested in? Would you guys be interested in a cat cam? Because it would mean buying another camera and like another gooseneck and things. Everybody's like, yes, give us the kitties. All right, I will add it to the list of things for the studio. I'm not promising anything, guys, because it's a very small room. But if I can find the space to put a cat bed, I will. I've got to admit, exception. I still think that my emotes are the best that you've got there. To-do list updated. Thank you, Red. I'm not promising it'll be anytime soon. It might end up being sometime next year, but it is on the to-do list. I'm not a big fan of animated emotes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big fan of animated emotes. That's why I don't have any. And like, so the animated ones are animated, obviously, so I'm not a fan of them. Then the other one is obviously a picture. Where I much prefer like artwork as emotes than pictures, personally. Does that make sense? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Everyone has different Everyone has different preferences, right? But that's why all of my emotes work as some form or another. Because I'm not a fan of actual pictures being emotes. Why? I don't know. Just one of those weird things. But yeah, so... But I do need to get more cat emotes. Not of mine, like, of other people's. I need to subscribe to more people. You mean it kind of looks better to you as well? What, the artwork ones? I think the problem with pictures is the pictures. You know? So, like, you are limited 100%. I mean, you can edit pictures. Yeah, you can edit pictures, so I'm not... That's not precisely true. But the problem with pictures is the pictures, so you have to get the angle and everything perfect, right? Whereas if you're getting a piece of artwork done, you can go to a... You can go to an artist like Clara Fay, and you can be like, yo, I want picture. Here's a bunch of pictures of my cat. Draw me a portrait of them that's pretty, and she does an amazing job. So like, if you want portraits of your animals doing, even if you're not doing them for Twitch, even if you just want portraits of your pets doing, like, check out Clara Fay. You know, she usually has quite a lot of jobs in queue, but she is amazing. Definitely worth the wait. She's also autistic, so you get to support somebody else who is on the spectrum as well. Exception, are you playing YouTube in the background for me? Because if not, you should be. What? You have... Oh, you're on your phone. Ah, okay, fair enough. You have broom thieves. That seems like a very specific thing to steal. That seems like a very specific thing to steal, you know? Serene Spirit, 3 Runestone Spirits, pretty useless, but I'll take them. So what are you up to right now, Exception? Are you at work? What did you have for breakfast? Wait, I thought YouTube Music doesn't have ads. I thought that was the point of YouTube Music, is you pay and you don't have ads. Yeah, at work, you had your usual oatmeal. Fair enough. What did you just have, like, blueberries in there or some shit? See, I grew up eating oatmeal, as you call it. If you have premium, you don't have ads. Wait, there's a free tier of YouTube Music? I did not know this. I grew up eating porridge, which is what we call oatmeal. And I hate it. I love oats, and I eat granola somewhat frequently. You know, like roasted oats. But there's something about the texture of porridge what just bothers me. Blueberries with cinnamon and almond milk, love it. Yeah, I could understand that, and it makes sense to me. You know, you soak oats in a bunch of. You keep trying to click the glowing rocks. You you soak oats in some water, let it steep for a while, and then you take the white liquid off. It's gonna taste like oats, right? See, I love soya milk. If I ever have a milky coffee, like if I'm fancying a latte from Starbucks or something, I have soya milk. Other than that, I don't really use milk. I think the only time I use milk uh, is obviously in baking and things. Gotta love yourself some nut juice, am I right, Mrs. Biffle Chips? Um, but seriously, like soya milk is the one for me for the uses that I use milk. Cause like, I really only use milk. Like as milk, I use milk products. But milk as a liquid, I only really use for coffee, and I much prefer soya milk than actual milk. Personally, I'm trying like I do. I wish that I could buy small containers of soya milk, and I probably can online. I'm talking like maybe like 100 mils and 90 mils or something, because I would love to go for soya milk uh with a few times that I eat cereal. I'm just I'm just not a massive fan of milk, but the problem is I open a carton of soya milk, and by the time I'm coming around to use it again, it's gone off. Because I might use milk maybe like once every 2 or 3 weeks. So we always have actual milking for my mum. So I end up just using actual milk, but I don't particularly like it. I just use it because... No, I am a massive fan of having like Greek yogurt with my roasted oats, with my granola. Or muesli, or whatever it's called. I can't remember which one it is. I'm a big fan of natural unsweetened yogurt. It's great. So do you have an issue with lactose, I'm guessing, Mrs. Biffle Chips? I wonder how they take the lactose out. And I also wonder what the fuck do they do with all that lactose? Because you can buy chemically made lactose for like beer brewing and things, but I don't think... I'm pretty sure it's like synthesized lactose. Yeah, that's for... You have it on your cereal every day and occasionally drink a glass of it. None of the plant milks are as good to you. Fair enough. Shawty's like a melody in my head. Sorry, I had to. See, where I just prefer soy milk, which is completely fine. I've not got anything against milk. You know, I'm not a vegan or anything. Can I get small cartons of soya milk? No, that's growing up milk. That's 1 liters. I just want like 100 ml cartons of, you know, like what you have for a drink, but I plan to use them for... I can get flavored soya milk. That might be interesting. I can get little tiny ones, but that'd be a lot of waste of plastic. I know, I'll have to look into that afterwards. You prefer almond milk. Which is fine. No, you want... Yes, you can eat any amount of cheese curds, but if you drink milk, you feel crummy. Lactose in milk, that is. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about cheese is a lot of the lactose has been, you know, consumed in the process a lot of the time. Wait. What, Red? So they've left the curtain behind but stolen your bar. So they've just stolen the whole thing. that that is a little I don't even know what to say to that. Right? I guess they needed a curtain pole and curtain. But to steal one from another person is... Yeah. Guys, show me the money! Yes, baby! I like it! Baby, now you know. Great. Lyrics. And GG Kota! Look at you guys. Anybody else wants to roll now because the bot's being nice? I don't understand it, Red. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't understand why somebody would steal your shower curtain and pole. So they stole it and then just returned it. That seems... So they do it just to annoy you then? Basically. Only after you told the supervisor of the curtain. I see. Guys, red is a grass. Nah, I'm joking. Exception. Why do you never roll? You gotta get those points in, baby. But we're doing solidly. We're over 3 hours. That's gone quick. Turns out I did have plenty to talk about. Square wheels don't roll very well. No, but certain shaped triangles would. You have to leave. No worries, Andre. Have a good day, my friend. If you can leave a lurk, I'd appreciate it. But if not, look after yourself. Better luck next time. Thank you for the lurk, my friend. Massively appreciated. I messaged it Zoe and Zoe's like, I'm already here, bitch. Thank you for hanging out, Zoe. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. How you doing, Z Chili? Just chopping this overgrown idol. What? Oh, I see, I see. That makes sense. I was slightly confused for a hot moment then, I'm not gonna lie. Can't wait till the November 8th have passed. Why? Oh, I see, I see. Makes sense. We don't really get many political ads in Britain. They're becoming somewhat more common on the likes of YouTube and whatever. But I don't think they're allowed on TV. I could be wrong though. I don't watch TV. I know they didn't used to be allowed. non-stop. They are everywhere. It's really insane. It does sound like it'd be insane. Almost done with the Elder Ring plus 4s. Nice, Kota. Sorry guys, I've got to read this real quick. So my social media manager is moving house, and yeah, they'll be available in a few days. That's fine. That is fine. Guys, have you been reading the blogs? I don't even know what content's been up lately. Honestly, I've just had a bit of a... I don't know how to explain it. It's not really burnout, it's not the same as burnout. But like, I just had so much happen all at the same time in my personal life that I just had to take a step back. Should I recommend this? Right, Kota, give me one moment. One sec, do you have an iPhone or an Android phone? This is very important. Because I might be able to help you out. Both. Give me one moment. Oh, I can't find you. Can you DM me on Discord? I've got you, man. And I honestly, I got you. I promise you. I promise, I got you. You want YouTube ad block on Android? I think it's on iOS as well now. Actually, I got you. Playing in the background. I got you. Costs absolutely nothing. I got you. There you are. I think it might be on iOS, but it might not. I don't know. So there is an alternative for iOS as well. But yeah. Goated, question mark. Greatest of all time. Oh, you're saying I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you. Already noise again. Rip. But yeah, let me know how you get on with that, Kota. Nice, GG. Yeah, no, exactly. Things that irritate me, like, I understand they gotta make money, and YouTube makes very little money, right? This is a misconception for a lot of people. YouTube barely makes profit. YouTube barely makes profit. In fact, half the time it's not profitable. So, like, I do understand they gotta make money. But increasing the price of the... I was going to get YouTube Premium, right? I was going to bite the bullet. I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get YouTube Premium. Because I watch a lot of YouTube. You know, YouTube Music's included. I might consider moving away from Spotify to YouTube Music. Probably not, because I do like Spotify. But I very much was going to get YouTube Premium. And then they upped the price. And I was like, you know what? No. And I know a couple other people are in a similar boat. Thank you for the lurk, Red. Red is going to go and get involved in another fight in the corridor. Something I do need to do, actually. Is the... I've already got there. Guys, don't forget that there is Prime Gaming drop for RuneScape at the moment. If you play RuneScape, you get some free shit. Nice, Kota, nice. Damn, I didn't realize this song was 6 minutes long. Yes, I did just got messaged on Steam. By the way, sorry about that. But 96.1 mil is really good, Kota. I was lost in my song then. I was lost in my song. But that's the end of the playlist. Rip. I've listened to the entire playlist. Well, new album time. I do have YouTube Premium because the art supporting content creator I've not seen ads, but it's overpriced for sure. Last time I used the music app on my phone, it had a bug where if you didn't keep listening to nothing, the music would pause. Well, that's shit. Yeah, YouTube Music has a lot of issues from what I hear. And yeah, I do agree with it. Like, so I'm going to agree with Linus's hot take. If you consume content without watching the ads, you're pirating. Right? I know if anybody hears this, it's going to be a backlash. I agree that consuming content that is ad supported without watching the ads amounts equivalent with an equivalency to pirating. Now, it's up to your moral compass how you feel about that. Right? I don't make any money off ads on YouTube. I do on Twitch. But I don't make a lot of money. But it has advertisement money has made up almost a quarter of my income on Twitch, right? So it's not insignificant. But with that said, advertisements are annoying as hell, and it's up to you and your own moral compass on it's up to you and your moral compass and how you feel about that, you know? Wrong. Go away. Sorry, I'm being messaged. There are some ads that are really bad. I wish you could like say I don't want to see this particular ad. There might be a way to do that actually. Nice, Coulter, nice. I can't type. Your hand is sore. Too much masturbation. Nice, thank you for N69 Rainbow Consummate. It's a nice, perfect timing though. I see, I see. No worries, Kotra. Enjoy your lunch, my friend. Sorry, I'm being messaged by like 3 people at once right now. My ability to multitask is not this good, people. Wrong chat. I didn't mean to put it in con chat. I did not mean to put it in con chat. Muffin, Clue Girl is doing Clue Girl stuff. Zoe's already hanging about. When you shine. we need Muffin to come along. I've not talked to him in a little while. I need him to come and say hello, and then I can see how he's getting on. That would be nice. I cannot wait for my dinner, guys. I'm having, as we would call in Britain, bangers and mash. I'm having bangers and mash. So the vegetarian sausages, mashed potatoes, some veg of some kind. Roommate ate everything. Rip. Also, welcome back. Charge all porters. No. I don't have time to reply to that right now. That's fine. Somebody else probably will. Hmm. Right, guys. Let's well, first let's roll. Show me the money. No, so close. Yet so far. I can't stop thinking about food now. GG Kota. Whoa. 160,000 flat. Nice. So you got 1,600. 160,000 flat. That's... You should screen grab that and put it on Discord and be like, yo, this is great. And almost 80 hours. Little Funky, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Little Funky, where are you from? Where do you live? What country? You said evening, which makes me think you're British or European, potentially. I may have asked you this before, and if I have, I apologise. My brain isn't what it used to be, you know? All the meds and all. UK. Ah, okay, okay. That makes sense. Well, it's nice to have a fellow Brit in chat. What have you been up to today, Little Funky? Anything interesting? Anything noteworthy or anything you'd like to share? Honestly, I woke up not long before I started streaming today. Having running folding month, you know, being up till like 3, 4 a.m. And then this evening I got writing to do, so that's fun. Folding month things to do, obviously. That'll be my night for the next like 33 nights. I don't know why I do it to myself sometimes. Hydrate can do. I'm still waiting to hear what Little Funky's been up to today. Come on, you know the rules, man. That's all your points. Rip. Then you get Justin with 300,000 points. Because that man is crazy. Hashtag refund. No. No refunds. No. We don't refund, man. I've already accepted them. And you make me hot, but you make me insane. Then you gave me the drugs and you took them away. You made me a junkie, you don't really love me. You just got me hooked. First you gave me the drugs and you took them away. Till I cried and I shook. You just made me a user, now we're both abusers. I either cry or get high like a loser. You made me a junkie, you don't really love me. You just got me hooked. Sorry guys, I can't help but sing this song, I just love it. Is it a new jar of honey? Or an existing jar of honey? So it's not a new jar. You try to run it on the hot water a bit too. Oh. I don't know. I'm really bad with jars. Hmm. I'm trying to think of She already tried that, Kota. Maybe, do you have something I could use for extra leverage? Like a jar opener? If not, jar openers are amazing. And the ult is going to crash. Oh wait, no, it recovered. Awesome. Got it. Awesome. GG. The jars will never win. We will fight them in the kitchens. We will fight them in the workshops. We will fight them in the fields. But we will never surrender. Sorry, I had to. Right. Puts on some dank tunes or whatever kids say these days. It's a bit early to eat yet, so it means we're gonna get a bit of a longer stream. So we're actually doing pretty well recently. The last few not minutes watched. I wanna time streamed. So yeah, we've done we've been doing a little bit better recently. Which is nice. If we can do like 4.5, 5 hours today, that'd be great. When your butter's cold, use the back of a spoon to spread it instead of a knife. It spreads without damaging the bread as much. It still will rip the bread a little bit, but it's just a little bit easier to spread. Just a little tip for you. Ooh, nice, Kota, nice. It shouldn't do it any more than a knife. Nice, Kota. That's what you want. So let's try and get some Mr. Mo, are you still around? Oh, both of these people have said that they're lurking, and they're not in the user list. Weird. You've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break from your screen. I have taken a break. I know it's technical break time, but I'm just thinking about streaming through. Why you lied to me, Twitch? We got this, guys. Long stream. And then making food. And then writing. And then folding month. Not too bad. Nice plan for today. Don't forget, guys, tomorrow is the usual call on Discord. If you'd like to come along, then just join us. It's that simple. And if you don't want to come along, then no pressure. Stretch. Can do. Oh, I needed that. Oh, my arm, guys. kind of want salad as well today at some point. So I'm just planning meals in my head right now. Yeah, that's fine. I can make that work. I don't have yeah. Right, I need to remember to order some like tin foil. So we are doing okay. I really want to try and get it so we've not got any porters left in the inventory. Charge all porters. Got 3, so 20, so 60. Well, it'll be like 56, right? Because yeah, it's theoretical. We need to mine 56 more to get rid of all the porters from our invent. Which is kind of like the little goal I had in the back of my head. It works out about right, to be fair. Back to making Eldarin +4s. Let's go. You got this. Cannot wait for food though. I am thinking about food a lot. No worries, exception. Have a good day, my friend. If you can leave a look, I'd appreciate it. But if not, look after yourself. Oh. Thank you for the look. You had chocolate peanut butter protein shake. That'll do, that'll do. Smoked! How goes the mining? The mining's going well. Welcome to the chat. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Sorry, I'm just reading yeah. Been questing a bit. What quest did you get done? The Light Within. Don't know it. Have you seen the film and rework novel? Nope. I have not. Tell me about it. I want to know. I want to know. Does this feeling go both ways? Arctic Monkeys OP. Sure. Sure, that's fine. I was hoping you would just explain it to me in chat. Get some messages flowing. One moment, please. My foot is itchy. There we go. Fair enough. Let's see how we get on. If we can do another hour, would be great. Because I really need to get my average stream length up. So let's start working on that. Which means part of me is going to be getting live earlier, which I have been doing the last couple of days, and streaming for longer, which is the hard bit. But we got this, you know. What is your aim at the moment in game, guys? Kota, Smoked. I think you two are the only two who played. Sax, if you're still around. What is your aim in game? Well, that rhymes. You're working towards Questcape at the moment. Big moves. I like it. War is working towards Salty title. Nice. I'm just wasting time until DXP. And then I'm going to 99 Divination. Maybe 99 Word Cutting. So realistically... No, that's fine. So over the next couple of days, I'll make a bunch of emerald necklaces. I don't know if we have any energies left. Although if we do Hall of Memories, we would get we'll get strands, won't we, what we can turn into porters. Nice, thank you for spending 6 hours room constantly saying nice. No worries, Kota. When you do Hall of Memories, don't you get something that you can turn into porters? You're getting the levels for... I mean, I've had those levels for a long time, my friend. I just need to do invention. I know I should do it. There are so many amazing things in invention. I know. I know. I keep saying I'm going to do it and I keep putting it off for some reason. Working on waking up. Not doing well so far, but you're here to look. It strikes me there's alert command. I just mean leaving it on, but it might mean something else here. Yeah, you just do alert command and leave the stream on if you... That's alert. The alert command is just to let me know that you're not active in chat. That's all the alert command does. It's just a way of alerting me, you know, that, look, I'm here, but I've got to head off for some reason. But that's what the alert command is for. It's just so I know not to try and talk to you. Otherwise, I'd be asking you questions, and you're just not there. Also, Jacob, just before you go, I can't access that spreadsheet right now. Did you do the missing post? Is it in review now? I don't remember. I've not checked the sheet. I've been working on the post that I'm finding quite challenging myself. Because then you'll be sorted all through December at that point, won't you, pretty much? Was it a 10 or 11 that was missing? I would, if you can't let me know if like you've already gone, that's fine. I'll check the sheet afterwards. That's what the sheet is for. Awesome. No worries. It's just so I know where I'm up to. That's fine. There's not really massive pressures for you to do it. You got basically all this month sorted already. But have a nice look, my friend. We're doing solidly, guys. Let's do this. Charge all port. Oh, well, we did one. So our aim is just to do a full invent of porters. But yeah, invention is something that I really have to work on. I think I'll watch some videos sometime over the next couple of days. Understand what I need to do for it, get it doing. Straight after DXP. We'll use DXP to get like various items. You know, we'll be doing divination and we're doing wood cutting. I know that maple logs are worth disassembling, so we might just cut maple logs the whole time to get some components. Can you disassemble noted items? See, I know nothing about invention. Yes, awesome. That makes life a lot easier. I mean, it makes sense. Could you imagine disassembling an inventory and getting another one? Ugh, no. So that does make sense, to be fair. And we rolling. They see me rolling. And I get the worst roll possible. Awesome. I still can't believe I didn't win. Wait, I can just roll again. Show me the money. Still a no. The bot is like, loser! I see the way it is, bot. I see the way it is. I'm just vibing to my music right now, guys. I'm listening to my old gym playlist. I've not been to the gym in a long time. Why is music so good? Like, humans are amazing. But like, let's put a bunch of random noises together and make music. And we do that, and it's great. Opportunity. Honestly, I'm seeing more and more people having Discord Nitro now that they've introduced the lower tier. And I'm very much thinking about getting it as well. I wasn't paying attention to the alt then. RIP. I need to, yeah. I just remembered that I need to get in contact with the government about something. We'll see how that goes. I don't know when capping resets. GZ Dakota, I don't know if you're listening in. I know you said you had a call to make, but congratulations on 92 inventory. Inventory? Invention? What the fuck? Brain, work with me. Ash Beans, thank you for the lurk. I very much appreciate it. Come on, guys, let's go. We got this. How was your sandwich or whatever it was you was eating, Mrs. Biffle Chips? It sounded more like an open face sandwich to me by the way you described it. Charge all porters, and that's gone. Yes, we've hit. That is the minimum target that I wanted to do today. Yup, one bread. I thought so. Good way to reduce calories. It was tasty, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, I need to do some shopping as well. I'll do it after stream. As long as it doesn't end up being too late. I know, right? I'll just order it online. I'm not actually going shopping. Smoked, thank you for the lurk. I very much appreciate it. Well, for me, by the time I paid for a taxi there and back, because there's no easy bus for me to go to the shop, I may as well just pay the slight extra delivery on that. Nice, Colton, nice. But yeah, by the time I paid the taxi price, I may as well just pay the slightly inflated fee. The inflated cost of, you know, getting online. Yeah, mine's It's not too far away. It's like 2 or 3 miles away. But there's just no easy way to get there unless I'm paying for a taxi. There's a small shop nearby, but they don't usually have everything I need, so... And they're very expensive. Yeah, mine's about the same. It's like 2 or 3 miles away. But it would be 2 different buses. I'd have to get on one bus and go part way and then swap buses. So it's just not reasonable. It's all peaceful in Artisans now. Nice. I'm glad that it is nice and calm in Artisans, because I will be back at some point. We all know me. I hate scammers. They just wind me up. Nice. Sure. Itchy leg. Right, leg has been itched. Awesome. I mean, it's just silly, isn't it? Like, if you go to such a public place and you start doing dodgy stuff like that, like, you're obviously eventually going to get caught out. Black demons, come to me, please. Is that an item or something? Maybe an item, but welcome, Clue Girl. How you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. Easy slay task. Ah, okay. Nice to see you in chat. But yeah, we're trying for a longer stream today than usual. We've been averaging like 3.5 hours lately. I want to try and change that. No idea what any of that means, Coach. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was staring at it, going, okay. Have you literally never done combat? No, I've done some combat. No, but nothing, I mean, I have combat skills for a reason, you know? I just not done any actual decent combat. I just, you know, killed cows and goblins and that shit. Not really combat. No, because I'm doing... If I've got time left, possibly. But I'm doing divination and woodcutting. Them are my 299s I'm going for. Uh, 60. Apart from magic, I'm 85 magic. Apart from that, they're around 60. You can see my levels right here. Fair enough, Klugo. I have massive magic level, but that's about it. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, just call them 60-ish. Apart from magic, which is 85. You know, 60, 61, 63. Please don't talk about other streamers whilst in my chat. Easy levels for you then. Exactly. And we got another full invent on the alt. Nice. I don't even understand what you're attempting to say there, Klugo. These are the same rules that I've had in my chat for a long time, Klugo. And I am perfectly chill. I mean, aren't we all? But no, seriously, I hope you're okay. Casper, raiding with a party of 4. Casper and friends, how are you doing? How's things? How's life? Tell me all about it. We're going for a long stream today, can you tell? I've never experienced that, Klugo, and I don't know what to advise. It been quiet for you tonight? Mine's been pretty decent. The first half of the stream was average. Second half has been pretty good. But anybody who's come along with Casper, how you doing today? Just breathe slowly. Big breath in and hold it. And big breath out. You'll be okay. It will pass. They're just shit when they happen. Once again, big breath in. Hold it. And breathe out. You have to force yourself to breathe, Clue Girl. It's very difficult to do. Just big breath in. Hold it. And breathe out. I do know what it feels like. I have panic attacks from time to time. So what did you get up to today, Casper? No worries, Clue Girl, no worries. Take your time. Bossing. What bosses did you do? How did that go? How did Telos go? Not bad to finish your Reaper task. Awesome. That's what we like to see. Nice, nice. All good things. Crosis was just met. I keep saying I'm going to try Crosis. And so was Araxi. Well, and not good that some of them were meh, but you finished your Reaper task, so positives, right? Are you coming along to the call tomorrow, Casper? Maybe. No worries. Starting at the usual time. Sorry guys, I'm currently, it's just getting a bit late, so I'm just ordering some shopping. So cheese and drinks. Funky's still around and we're rolling. Show me the money. Yes, boys, and GG Funky for the win as well. So do bear with me, guys. I'm just. Ash Beans is rolling. I can't type. This is not going well. This is not going well. Spring. Nice, Kota, nice. Try to smoke, it helped. I'm glad that you found something that helped. I'm glad that you found something. Sorry, I'm just very quickly doing some shopping before the shop closes. No, thank you, Kota. Guys, ideas for things to put with ramen. You know, 'cause I don't eat meat. I got egg tofu, spring onions. I got red and white beans, peas. That should be enough stuff, right? I get some chilies. Give me some spice. Awesome. Right, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Let me just go back to Spotify on my phone so I can just swap music without looking at it. So we are back. We're doing solidly. Ash Beans, how are you doing today? Are you actually in chat now? Or are you still lurking? I don't mind either way, it's just so I know whether to talk to you. Yeah, I thought so. Alright, so what have I got? Let's drink this. Serene Spirit. What have you gave me? Dragon Helmet. Oh, nice. I mean, I'll take it, you know? Free Dragon Helmet and all. Yeah, I mean, I could disassemble it. Right. So what do we want to do here? I want to keep going. That's what I want to do. I'm in a good mindset here. I want to keep going. So let's do it. Easy. I'm guessing Ash is still lurking and just rolling for the sake of it. But I can roll again. Show me the money. No. Shut down. Dreadful. I do, however, need the bathroom. So we're going to throw back BRB screen. I've not had a break in, what, 3 hours? So we are going to take a little quick break. Guys, if you've been sat down for the last 5 hours, maybe get up and have a stretch, get something to eat or drink, but generally look after yourselves because self-care is important. I will be back in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Alright guys, I have returned as promised. How is everybody doing? Who have we still got around? Shaluski, welcome back to the chat. We're having a long stream today. We don't usually stream this long. Guys, if you want to help me out, play my YouTube playlist on in the background if you're watching on desktop. Massively appreciate it. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, of course, if you are watching this on YouTube. And if you made it this far into the video, amazing. You are a true legend. To those into the second video, thank you, Kota, for that. I very much appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like button. That's the downside to releasing really long videos, is that your view count is artificially lower. I believe they are streaming on YouTube at 8 PM. I believe they are streaming on YouTube in 1 hour. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I had the link somewhere. I've got the link for you. Am I going to be watching it live? I was thinking about it. If I'm still live at that point, I'll put it on. No worries. I knew I had the link somewhere. I just have so many tabs. It's ridiculous. So I had to go for all my tabs. I'm like, where the fuck is it? I have a lot more than 27 tabs. I think I've got like 80 tabs open now. 84 tabs, I think it is. Which is why I need more RAM. Yeah, I have a lot of tabs. Look, I need to keep an eye on a lot of things, okay? Nah, I don't use bookmarks. Why bookmark them when I can just leave the tab open? You know? Well, yeah, but I could just buy more RAM. And think, if I get more RAM... If I get more RAM... Oh my god, guys. If I get more RAM, I can have more taps. Free versus money. Yeah, but I want more RAM anyway for video editing, so... I need more RAM. Oh, I will be having a dedicated SSD for that kind of stuff soon. For paging and Scratch for video editing. There are just two types of people in the world, and I'm the wrong kind. One sec. You remember when it was Windows and no tabs? Yes. Just. Only just. Those were the days. And when they first brought tab... Yeah, when I remember the time when to have tabbed browsing, you had to have Chrome or Firefox. Because Microsoft was so behind the times with that. Microsoft was just so behind the times. Back when Chrome was the better option, and these days, well, I mean, Chrome is basically the only decent option. And then Microsoft brought this, well, it's Chromium. Chrome and Chromium is not the same thing. I just want to put that out there. There is Firefox, and I do split my browsing between Chrome and Firefox, to be honest. Depends what I'm doing, depends which browser I use. Interesting fact, I actually donate to Firefox every year. Every Christmas I donate $10 to Firefox. Because I believe in competition, even if I'm not massively into Firefox. I do believe that Firefox has changed a lot recently. Well, I said I do believe. I know they have because I use it on my laptops and things. Basically, all my laptops use Firefox. The only thing that I still use Chrome on's my desktop. Thank you for the hydrate, Shaluski. I do appreciate it. So although I don't use Firefox as my primary browser, I use it as my secondary browser on this computer and on my primary browser on all my laptops. And then, like I said, I donate to Mozilla. And I would encourage all of you who believe in an open and free web to also donate just a few dollars to Mozilla. You know? Just donate like $10 every year. Did we ever get a shout out on One Show for the event? No. It was on the One Show doc, but they didn't get to it, which irritates me greatly. We have previously got it. The first event and the third event as both have One Show shoutouts. As did the COVID emergency event. In fact, the COVID emergency event got a full LTT video. Most of my issue with swapping to Firefox is I just can't be asked transferring all my passwords over, Mrs. Bifflechips. Unfortunately, that video actually performed badly, which is why they were planning to do a series of videos about folding, but it performed badly, so they decided to cancel them. There is an import function, but I can't be asked. The problem that I've got is, like, logging into multiple Google accounts, not on Chrome, is a ball ache, from my experience. And I have a lot of Google accounts that I actively use for, you know, the different YouTube pages and different accounts and things. So that's part of the issue. I know that Google has... I agree, Shalusky, I agree, but at the end of the day, they're a profit-making business. Shalusky, I agree with you. They did give $2,000 of LTT prizes this year. Is that not enough? Like, I don't know personally the answer to that. I guess the answer to that question is different, depends on who's answering it, right? Hydrate. Stretch. Let's drop something great. I hope you stream RDNA. Why are you planning to come back? You'll be watching that. Okay, okay. Lurk well, my friend, lurk well. But you just said I'm off but didn't use the lurk command, so I thought you were actually leaving. Like, closing the stream, leaving. And that's exactly what the lurk command is for, so I know. Kota, welcome back to the chat. Thank you for the lurk, Shaluski. Much appreciated. I've never streamed a stream. I'm trying to think about how I'd do it. If I break off this window. I know how I would do it if I had a certain piece of equipment that I don't have. Nope, don't want to do that. I wonder. Right, guys, you're going to see some craziness happen right now. Bear with me. Fair enough, Kota, fair enough. Right, bear with me here. So there's nothing on my Chrome windows, that's... Right, that's fine. So we're going to do... If I change... how would I do this? Let's see. Do you have add a new source? I wonder. I just had an idea. Would this work? So if I copy video URL and add a browser source. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, let's try this again. Add a new source, browser source, add source, new source. AMD, add source. Oh, really? Really? You can't, I can't just use the video embed? Copy embed code, maybe? Sorry, guys. We're experimenting here. Would that work? We are experimenting here, but it's fine. It's fine. We can do this. If I get rid of that. Right, I'm gonna try something that'll probably break instantly. So, there is an embed link. So, if I do just that. Aha! But how do I make it play? This might work. Got a month of men. Nice, GG. So we are playing here, guys. When in doubt, Google. Oh, we're lobbied. Rip. I'm not paying enough attention, guys, here. No, I don't want to know how to live stream to YouTube. Let's try something else. How to embed YouTube stream on Streamlabs. This is not going very well. I could just capture the window, but I'd rather not do that. See, this is here. Interact. Oh, guys! I've done it! So I do that. And then I can resize it. Awesome, guys. Look at me. Look at me knowing what I'm doing somehow. Maybe that will work. I feel smart now. So we can guys, I need to go and grab my shopping real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, guys. So theoretically, this video should play. We can only wait till it starts playing to find out if it works. So Shaluski, I believe you're listening in. You will be able to watch the AMD live stream here, theoretically. Do I have... So what I'll do is, just before the live stream, I'll take a break, go to the bathroom, grab a drink. Most probably. Unless viewership completely tanks before then, and then I'll have to end stream to maintain my average. So, you know, stick around. I need to go to Amazon as well. See, do they have what I need in stock? Nope. What about eBay? Do you have what I need? Sorry, guys. You know how it is. I don't want seeds, I want the actual food. No. Ugh, that's annoying. Oh well. Huh. Okay, sure. Right, so how long we got? We got 27 minutes to go to stream, guys. Around 10 minutes to. I'm gonna take a very quick break because I'm pretty much out of a drink. Although I do have some drinking. I don't know how long the stream's going to be, that's the thing. I don't know how long the stream's going to be. So I want to make sure I've got enough drink to last through it. This is a good song. Alright, so let's upload October 14th. Awesome, that's that done. Have video commands on your phone. Use limits to turn the flashlight on and Nox will turn off. What? If you have voice commands on your phone, use Lumos to turn the flashlight on and Nox will turn it off. I don't understand what you're saying. Why are we talking about flashlights on our phones? Oh, okay. That's very random, Kota, I'm not gonna lie. Fair enough. And sorry I'm quiet. I'm concentrating for a hot second to get my guy back to mining. Luckily, we're not doing anything complicated that I need to talk about, so when the live stream is going, we can just watch the live stream. I'm so excited. I want to see what AMD's got to bring. What do you reckon? For anybody who follows the technology market, what do you reckon? Do you think they can even match a 4090? At least in raster. Like, I don't think they'll match it in ray tracing. I just don't think they've got the capability. But in rasterization, they can. And for a cheaper price. That might be nice. I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming too big. Maybe I'm dreaming too big. And we know there's going to be a 4090 Ti at some point. So like, even if they somehow match the raster of the 4090, they'll just drop a Ti and be done with it. You're still mining. Hunter Joe, I'm still mining, and we are preparing to watch the AMD live stream. Together we are Advance_Gaming. I don't know what the underscore is about, but okay. That will be in approximately 20 minutes. So we are very much looking forward to that. I'm going to take a break 10 minutes before. So in 10 minutes, at the 6-hour mark, it'll work out being. I'm going to take a very quick break to go and get a drink. Because I'm going to have this last mouthful now, then I'm out to drink. And then we're going to sit and watch the AMD live stream together whilst I'm mining in the background. We finished all the pickaxes, yes. Thank you, Kota. I was just going to do that. Did you sell them? No, they're in my bank at the moment. I've not decided what I'm going to do. I'm thinking disassembling, maybe. But they are still in my bank at the moment. I just don't need extra GP right now. That's the thing. Nice for some, you broke. Rip. Just make 5 million rune arrows or something and you'll have plenty of money. I keep finding things you need. Yeah, I can imagine how that would have you in a continuous cycle of buy things, need money, buy things, need money. Come on. I need time to go faster. I'm excited. So what have you been up to today, Hunter? Not usually. I should, but I just never remember. I just throw lots of hours at the problem. I'm not efficient, but I've got a lot of time to spare, so you know. Well, that's not very good, Joe. Hunter. I don't know what I'm going to call you. I've not decided yet. That is not very good at all. I think you've told me before, but I don't remember. What do you do for work? Joe is good. Alright, Joe. I shall try to remember that. Struggling to set your PC, that's... I know that feeling sometimes. I'm just going to fill that bottle with water, I think. You work with DWP? Ah, okay, okay. I'm going to have to deal with DWP soon because my health condition is getting worse. So I'm going to need to be reevaluated for PIP. She's fun. For those of you who don't know, PIP or PIP is disability benefit in the UK. Alright, so I am gonna throw up. That stream will stay there just in case. I'm gonna throw up. Not throw up. I'm going to throw up the BRB screen. And then I'm going to run and get some water. And then I'll be back. And then we are prepared for this AMD stream. I hope it works. We'll see how it works out. Guys, I'll be gone for just a few minutes. If you've been sat down for the last 6 hours, maybe get up and have a stretch. Get something to eat or drink. But generally, look after yourselves because self-care is important. I will be back in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Alright, guys. Oh, it's switched to starting soon. I have no idea if this is going to work, by the way. I've never done this before. Makes sense, Joe, makes sense. As long as you're not one of those vampire people that try to force people into work when they're not ready, then all's good. I used to go to a company called... might have been Circo or something like that. And I clearly wasn't in a fit state to work. I couldn't even get on the bus, and I couldn't leave the house on my own. And they were trying to force me to get a job where I'd talk on the phone. No, I'd be fine with it. No, I was talking about, like... it's irrelevant. Let's just say that woman was not particularly nice that I was dealing with. Ah, okay, okay. That's what this person was meant to do. That's what this person was meant to do. But she was just mean to me. So that was fun. My first experience of the benefit system as an adult was being bullied. Let's change the stream... no, that's the wrong window. Let's change the stream title. I'm apprehensive. Got like 5 minutes to wait. I really hope they got something special for us, guys. I really hope they've got that one more thing moment where they like blow NVIDIA out the water. I don't know if they will, but I hope so. I should really take the label off this bottle. I just reuse random bottles, guys, because I've talked about this before on stream, but I lose bottles all the time. Don't ask me how, but I just lose bottles. I don't have a blade nearby, do I? There we go. I just lose bottles all the freaking time. Bottle of water, as people like to think we say. We are watching the AMD stream together. Hopefully, if it works. Potentially. Why? You are allowed to, we are going to be commenting on it. We are being journalists in this moment. We are going to be commenting on it, which makes it fair use. We are doing it for specifically to comment on it, and specifically to share my opinions of it live on stream. So it's fair use. What would be the issue with restreaming anyway, other than copyright? In before we start technology on the spectrum. Yeah, I have yet another thing to do. I know, right? But soon, TM, because the furniture for the studio is here and being built on Monday, so... I did say I would do it this year, last year, so we are pushing it a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. We are pushing it a little bit in that time frame. I didn't look, okay, I didn't expect to get scammed of all my money, you know? I didn't exactly plan to get scammed. Otherwise, we would have already had content up and talking on the spectrum. Guys, we're starting! The world's best gaming experience. That is a strong thing to say straight off the bat. So we are going to have to comment on this as it goes on for it to be fair use. Let's make this a little... Should I just put it down here? And then it can be a bit bigger. Like that, there we go. So we are commenting on this.
Welcome, and thank you.
Lisa Sue, the legend.
It's so exciting to be here back in Las Vegas in person. So thank you all for joining us and being part of our audience. And also welcome to all of you who are joining us online from around the world.
We are joining you online.
For today?
Yes. I didn't sound very excited.
We have some amazing new products to show you, so let's go ahead and get started.
Amazing new products.
And you guys all know us well. At AMD, we're all about high performance and adaptive computing, and really using technology to create solutions to the world's most important challenges. Now, whether you're talking about cloud services or 5G networks or AI or automotive or PCs, AMD technology is truly everywhere, touching the lives
I mean,
of
it is, to be
millions of
fair.
people every single day. Now, we're in an incredibly busy time for AMD. It's an incredible period of innovation. We're in the midst of introducing actually 4 new architectures to the market.
Wait,
across
what?
More than a dozen products. So if you look at it, we started with the Ryzen 7000 launch in September.
Makes sense.
You joined us there. Next week we're gonna bring Zen 4 to high-end server processors, and then soon after that to notebook PCs. And we also have our Zen 4 C core optimized for cloud-native computing, and our next-gen XDNA architecture that are going to launch in 2023.
Never even heard of XDNA before.
Today, it's all about gaming, and we're here to talk about our next-generation gaming architecture. With
Nice. Get to the gaming already.
So now, just a minute about gaming, right? We all love gaming. Gaming is really
I'm literally gaming right now.
Look through 2025, we're expecting 3.5 billion gamers in the world.
3.5 billion gamers.
Really to push the limits of gaming innovation. Really
that is a big market.
Across the board, together with all of our gaming partners. So whether you're talking about developers creating new games and experiences, or you're talking about the companies that are serving the content, or you're playing your games on your devices, or you're a streamer that are really trying to stream those experiences to other gamers, our mission is to bring you the best experience possible for all of your gaming platforms.
The best experience.
Now, Ryzen processors and Radeon graphics are really at the heart of all of the world's most popular
but not the best
devices,
performance.
Including the top gaming PC OEMs, systems, cloud gaming services, Sony PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, Valve Steam Deck. We're also bringing gaming to automotive with the newest generation of Teslas. And of course, for all of the folks out there who are building your own PCs,
yeah,
love the DIY market for all of the PCs that you build. Now, when you think about
that's me.
Why is gaming so important to AMD? It's really
I know, right, Red?
Pushing the envelope on innovation. Just over a month ago, we launched our next generation desktop PC processor, the Ryzen 7000 series, which was really the most.
But I'm presuming they do include mobile gamers on that, so
and the response has been really incredible. We have leadership performance per watt. We have phenomenal gaming and creative performance, and it's all enabled by our new Zen 4 core in 5 nanometer. Now, with Ryzen 7000, we also launched our next generation AM5 desktop platform, which has all of the latest I/O.
Which is expensive.
Delivering socket longevity on that through 2025 and beyond for lots of future upgrades. And we also know that people love AM4, and AM4 is going to continue for a long, long time. And for their Ryzen 7 5800 XT,
no worries, Creed, no worries.
Fantastic choice for gamers. Now,
AM4 is going to continue, so they're going to release new products on it.
And how we deliver the future of gaming with the world's most advanced.
Creed picked the worst time to go for a dog walk.
So let me start and tell you a little bit about RDNA 3. We really set truly ambitious goals for RDNA 3. And as you know, at the forefront for what we're doing is it's all about power and energy efficiency. And we want to make sure that we continue to innovate around performance per watt leadership to enable all of the gamer upgrades to be done with fantastic performance, but at a reasonable power.
No, I like the sound of that.
We wanted to significantly raise the bar in performance to support the next generation of 4K gaming and beyond, and really recognize that there are a lot of faster and higher resolution displays. And then finally, we also look at it as not just about the chip and not just about the card, but really what is the gaming experience we can bring. And that means new AMD software features, that means platform technologies, and really end-to-end solutions with our CPUs and GPUs and software coming together. So there's a lot of innovation in RDNA 3, and we'll tell you all about it today.
Innovation, I like it.
Now, there's a lot
if it's true innovation
about our new chiplet design. So let me start with our chiplet design.
Juicy already.
This is the world's first chiplet gaming GPU. Now, why did we use chiplets? Chiplets really allow us
better yields
approach to optimize the performance and efficiency of the overall design. And so with our chiplets, like we've done on the CPU side, on the GPU side, we're mixing and matching the right technology for each function. Now, the graphics compute die is a high-performance 5 nanometer technology design, and it contains all of the high-performance compute in the GPU. That includes the shaders, the display engine, and a brand new media engine as well. And then the other die is a memory cache die.
This is
built
innovative
using
if it
process
works.
technology and includes
If it
special
works, this is
subsystem that
yet another
supports
innovation by
GDDR6
AMD.
controllers, as well as up to 96 megabytes of infinity cache. And as a result, we have just an incredible capability with more than 61 teraflops.
Oh, iteration is certainly important.
By the way, do you guys think you need 61 teraflops of compute?
60... Wait, what?
We also have the world's fastest chiplet interconnect to enable 5.3 terabytes per second of peak bandwidth. And that allows us to unlock the full potential of 24 gigabytes of GDDR6.
20...
Altogether, when you put that together, we have 58 billion transistors in this design, which gives us just an incredible amount of gaming performance.
That is a 61
Sounds like
teraflops.
there's a few excited people out there. Okay, so now let me show you for the very first time our newest chiplet gaming GPU.
Now it's time for the die shot. That. Come on, zoom in. Really?
This may be my favorite part of my job, I think. Alright, so
I know what you
as
mean.
I said earlier, we set very ambitious goals.
You
for
didn't show us
our
anything.
especially around energy efficiency. And I'm pleased to say that we actually exceeded our goals. So our engineers did a fantastic job, and we made great improvements between RDNA 1 and RDNA 2. And with RDNA 3, we actually achieved a 54%
You know what, guys?
improvement.
Let's make it bigger.
And when you put all of that together,
Okay,
what
you
really
nobody
matters
cares
is
about
we're
my
about
RuneScape
building
right
the
now.
best products for you. So today, I'm incredibly proud that we're going to announce
Oh,
our
that
first RDNA
they're
3 graphics
pretty.
cards. The Radeon RX. The Radeon RX 7900 XTX with 24 gigabytes of GDDR6 and the 7900 XT.
Which means they still got the 7950
so
to
you can
announce.
imagine, these are just incredible gaming cards. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sam.
Come on, we want to see the stats.
Through all of the exciting product details.
We want to see the
Sam?
stats. No worries, Joe. Have a good one, my friend. Guys, did you notice that one of the display outputs was a USB-C?
Our vision,
One of the display outputs was USB-C.
4K and 8K gaming platform for gamers and creators, containing the features, performance, and efficiency to provide the best.
The music is too loud.
To achieve this vision, we have brought unprecedented innovation to all aspects. Now, it's my privilege to get on a few of those highlights. The first
Right, do I have something?
that we have leveraged our industry-leading expertise in chiplets, honed on our Ryzen and EPYC lines, to bring chiplet architecture to GPUs. The magic of chiplet design is being able to use the right technology for the right job. So we created two very different chiplets connected with high bandwidth interconnects specific to graphics. With the graphics compute die, we spin that precious 5nm silicon where it matters, in the core GPU engine, where all the computation occurs to enable great performance and performance per watt. For that small memory cache die,
Memory cache die.
6nm technology.
It's
to implement
cache
the
doesn't
GDDR6
scale as well,
and our
so it makes
second-generation
sense.
cache.
But at the same time,
These
I was hoping for something a little more
MCDs
earth-shattering.
feature a second-generation Infinity cache, each connected to 64 bits of high-speed GDDR6 memory.
7950X maybe.
With 384 bits. We've tuned this Infinity cache to enable better data reuse with less capacity to accomplish several things for us.
Well,
High hit
XT.
rates, it directly sources most of the memory requests, and this delivers data to the engine in less time and uses less power than going out to DRAM. Our high bandwidth
Less power.
fabric chiplet interconnect
Better.
increased the peak bandwidth from our RDNA 2 implementation by an astonishing 2.7 times. And that's where that
What?
3 terabytes per second number you just heard comes from.
Okay,
It
that's
supports gaming at the highest resolution.
certainly something.
So now I want to take you a little bit deeper, click down into that graphics compute die, which is built around our new RDNA 3 compute units, where we've continued with our area-efficient unified architecture that shares resources between rendering, AI, and ray tracing.
A new display engine, new dual media engine,
In addition, contained within
which is AV1 encoding.
part of delivering a great gaming experience, driving the latest displays with massive refresh rates for high-resolution gaming. All of the latest media formats are in there with our media and display engine.
3
Now to the
compute
fourth engine,
units.
which is the new unified RDNA 3 compute unit, specifically optimized for high-resolution.
I know, right?
The keyword here is unified, which means we have a tightly integrated unit which shares resources to deliver the most.
Do you understand there will be game noises going on in the background?
We've tuned it to provide the right blend of flexible, highly efficient stream processing, additional AI acceleration capabilities, and greatly enhanced ray tracing acceleration. All of this is fed by a general purpose register file with 50% more capacity than the RDNA 2 design, which boosts the performance of all the functions. To deliver this well-rounded feature set, we've leveraged 5 nanometer to the fullest to pack 54% more transistors in less area, increasing our density by 160.
Can it run Minecraft? I should hope so.
Well, as every
Nice,
chip
thank you for spending
designer
6 now in consummate. Nice.
It's a lot of transistors. And as every chip designer knows, smaller
That is
faster
dense.
and more power efficient.
That is
So this
dense.
enables RDNA 3 to deliver even a better gaming experience. Now, looking at the stream processors, we took a huge step in RDNA 3 by going to dual issue Wave 32 units. This enables us to better utilize the data paths by issuing 2 different instructions down each 32-lane SIMD, or
This is AMD's stream announcing the new GPU technology.
integer or floating point operations down each SIMD data path, mixing and matching based on workload. Net result is faster frame render times for higher FPS from better utilization of all the functions in the compute. And it handles
Wait,
now 2 times more instructions per clock.
Have they hyper-threaded GPUs?
Also greatly enhanced the RDNA AI acceleration. And AI, of course, enables a host of capabilities that are growing in importance to the gaming community.
2 instructions
We've
per
increased
clock
the AI
per execution unit
commonly
would
used
hyper-threading
which,
essentially,
by
right?
integrating these tightly within our unified compute unit. These share the same register files, caches, and instruction scheduling as the stream processors. And the enhancements provide up to a 2.7x increase in AI performance in the most area and power efficient way possible, setting RDNA 3 up to exploit the current and future uses of AI. The final enhancement to mention to our compute unit is the ray tracing acceleration, which is built on new instructions in the shader and support for DXR ray flags and many improvements for ray box sorting and traversal. Amplifying all of this is the ability to enable more rays in flight with that 50% larger general purpose register file that I mentioned before, combined with larger L0 and L1 caches to back it up. These improvements provide compelling gains for ray trace gaming content with up to 50% more performance per compute unit. Next, I want to introduce you to our Radiance display engine, featuring the industry's first DisplayPort 2.1 and a high-performance.
Yeah, hyper-threading is Intel's branding for simultaneous multi-threading. You are correct there, Red.
This DisplayPort enables 480 hertz refresh rates at 4K resolution and up to 165.
Much like XMP.
And the 12 color bits per channel enables an incredible 68 billion colors for amazingly realistic images and graphics. And with the display link bandwidth of up now to 54 gigabits per second, we have doubled that bandwidth per port over RDNA 2. And this supports the unprecedentedly high refresh rates at the highest resolutions. In support of the latest media formats and standards, we have a new dual media engine, and it supports 2 simultaneous encode or decode streams up to 8K60 or AVC and HEVC. It supports AV1 encode and decode,
8K, 60 frames per second.
To improve
AV1 encoding.
quality.
Damn.
Greatly increasing the frequency inside the media engine, we delivered up to 1.8x the performance versus RDNA 2, reducing export times almost in half. So now a bit more about clock speeds.
That is
They're obviously
impressive.
critical to performance, and most workloads that we have found and analyzed are actually more limited by the front-end work distribution and command processing than by our high-performance shader engines. So we recognized that we could utilize higher frequencies in a smarter, more power-efficient way by using our new to RDNA3 decoupled shader engine frequencies to run only the front end at a typical 2.5 gigahertz, while the shaders operate at a more efficient 2.3 gigahertz, which is still 15% higher than RDNA2.
That is
With this
interesting.
sort of advanced power management,
Running
we
different
deliver
parts of the
maximum
chips at
frames
different
per second,
frequencies.
while also saving up to 25% power. This contributes to our remarkable 54% product level performance per watt gain. With the higher frequency and the new dual issue RDNA3 compute units, we enable a 2.7x leap in raw compute power. You heard it from Lisa, a remarkable 61.6 teraflops of performance.
With an overclock 62, 63
putting it all together,
teraflops.
we have
Oof.
delivered on our vision by inventing the world's first chiplet-based gaming GPU, enabling the optimal use of 5-nanometer technology, delivering 15% higher frequencies at 54% better power efficiency. Our advanced chiplet interconnect provides an amazing 2.7x leap in peak bandwidth to feed that 60+ teraflops.
Guys, they are really shitting on Nvidia's power usage right now.
Have twice the instructions per clock, enabling them to fully utilize our data paths and provide incredibly high performance for rendering, ray tracing, and AI applications in the most power and area efficient way. We connect this rendering horsepower to the industry's first GPU DisplayPort 2.1 to support massive refresh rates and include.
And it has 2.1 DisplayPort 2.1.
The result is what we set out to achieve: the most advanced GPU optimized for gamers.
Don't the 49 only have DisplayPort 2?
Now I'd like to hand it over to Scott, who will tell you more about this incredible product.
RTX 40 series only comes with DisplayPort 1.4.
What's up, gamers? How is everybody doing today? Oh, we've been working on
Okay,
this for
then.
3 years, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of hours in our engineering group. And I'm sure they're tuning in today, but I can't be more proud of what
40
they've done.
series comes with
It's great for you
1.4A.
and to create for us, and it's going to be a great time. So, now, I know what you want to see. Performance, price, and availability. Is that right? Do you want to see that? Sounds good, but you're going to have to stay for a little bit to get availability and price, but I'll show you performance. I'll show you some performance. So today, 4K
This
sets
is what we're
the
waiting
standard
for.
where enthusiast GPUs are measured. According to IDC, in the last 5 years, there is 3 times increase in shipments of 4K monitors. And the Radeon RX 7900 XTX is going to be the perfect card to power your games at 4K. In pure rendering, the 7900 XTX is up to 1.7 times faster than our previous generation flagship GPU. And in ray tracing, we are seeing up to 1.6 times more performance in native 4K. What do you think?
That's not that great. It's okay.
Now that you've seen the performance, allow me to introduce the Radeon RX 7900 XTX.
That
Pretty good look.
355
We
watt
spent a
though.
lot of time optimizing this car, but more importantly, making sure that you're going to be proud when you put it into your rig. Absolutely fantastic. This gaming card is built to provide exciting performance in 4K resolution and beyond. RDNA 3 based GPUs are like no other. It features 96 unified RDNA 3 compute units running at 2.3 gigahertz game clock, and it comes with 24 gigabytes of GDDR6 with 384 bits.
96 CUs.
AV1 encode and decode for streaming and video export, and it has the latest DisplayPort 2.1 technology for
Shitting on
4K,
Nvidia with their
180 frames per
1.4.
second, or 8K 165 frames per second gaming capabilities. All, ladies and gentlemen, with a board power of
8.
just 355
8K,
The XTX.
165 frames per second. And 355
Today,
watt
we're also
board
announcing
power.
the Radeon RX 7900 XT, a massive leap in performance over the last generation. It features 84 unified compute units running at a game clock of 2 gigahertz and comes with 20 gigabytes of 320-bit GDDR6 memory with the same support for AV1 and DisplayPort 2.1. The 7900 series gaming cards are industry leaders in performance per watt. There is no need to rebuild your desktop, no need to upgrade your case, and there's no need for a new power adapter.
Shit on Nvidia.
Yep. We made it as easy as pulling out your old card and putting in a new one. Previous generation enthusiast GPUs, including those recently launched by our competitor, only support DisplayPort 1.4. Gamers who purchase these graphics cards will see limited frame rates. But with the RX 7900 series of GPUs, it'll allow you to actually see the frames you are paying for when you upgrade to a DisplayPort 2.1 monitor. If you are paying that much money for a brand new gaming card, you should demand a GPU that will allow you to game into the future. And only the 7900 series can give you that. And starting in early 2023, an incredible new generation of displays at a range of resolutions from leading display vendors will start rolling out to gamers, including this sneak peek from our friends at Samsung with their brand new Odyssey Neo G9, expected to be the first DisplayPort 2.1 8K,
8K.
8K ultra widescreen gaming monitor ever. What do you think?
That is insane. If the GPU can push that at anything
More
close.
details on the design and specs will be unveiled soon at CES in January of 2020.
If the GPU can
And
push
to power
anything
high
close to
refresh
that,
rate
that'll
gaming
be insane.
displays Both today and your future upgrades, we've developed a suite of powerful software enhancements, which includes technologies such as Fidelity FX, Super Resolution, and Smart Access Memory. Combined with our new unified RDNA 3 compute units, the Radeon RX 7900 series delivers the next generation of high refresh rate gaming. AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution, or FSR, technology works on all modern GPUs to provide high fidelity visuals and incredible frame rates. In just 16 months, FSR will be available in 216 games, proving just how compelling open technologies are for the entire industry. Our latest update, FSR 2.2, reduces super resolution temporal ghosting, not only the artifacts on fast-moving objects, and it'll also be available in Forza Horizon 5 soon. Now, 1440p gaming displays with high refresh rates continue to be one of the fastest growing choices for gamers. With the 7900 XTX and Apex Legends, you will be able to reach the game's hard frame rate cap of 300 frames per second. And in other popular titles,
Alright then.
the 7900 XTX can push your games to its limits. Games like Overwatch 2 and Valorant are great examples of why DisplayPort 2.1 is
600 frames and 108 and 833 frames per second at 1440p.
Gaming on ultra high refresh rate.
I wonder how they'll fold.
Now at 4K, the 7900 XTX is the card to get. By turning on max settings in AAA games and using FSR upscaling, you can hit triple-digit performance. It even makes playing competitive esports titles at 4K a real possibility, with hundreds of frames in your games at 4K resolution. Now, I'm not saying that you would, but you could play games with RX 7900 XTX that go beyond today's 8K 60 Hz limits. In Dawn of Ragnarok, the latest expansion to Ubisoft's acclaimed Assassin's Creed Valhalla, with FSR paired with the 7900 XTX, you'll be able to get 96 frames per second at a crisp 8K resolution.
What the fuck? 96 frames per second at 8K.
The RX 7900 series can power the next generation of displays like 8K ultra-wide or high refresh rate 8K displays above 60 Hz. Next generation RDNA 3 compute units, new levels.
Princess, welcome.
Combined with the latest upscaling technologies, deliver the performance to power these incredible experiences. A lot of gamers are excited about features like ray tracing in their games. Today, I'm excited to announce that DirectX ray tracing is coming to one of the most popular franchises in the world, Halo Infinite by 343 Industries. Halo Infinite will now support ray trace shadows across arena and big team battle modes, and players with AMD hardware will notice improved lighting, sharper shadows, and increased performance on RX 7000 series platforms with ray tracing acceleration. DXR will be available in Season 3, so look for it in your graphics settings soon. And with the RDNA 3 architecture,
Nice.
real-time ray tracing performance has greatly improved generation over generation. In Dying Light 2, with ray tracing features turned to the max, the 7900 XTX delivers performance above 60 frames per second with FSR at 4K. Cyberpunk and Hitman 3 also have significant performance uplifts, giving you the performance you need to stay immersed.
I know, right, Mr. Biffle Chips?
But today we're also announcing a technical partnership with the Callisto Protocol coming in December. This third-person survivor horror game developed by Striking Distance Studios features incredible lighting and shadow effects, along with movie-quality textures and animations to set the eerie mood in this sci-fi experience.
Okay.
Ray tracing
That is
in full
beautiful.
effect here, with shadows, translucency, and glossy refractions coming together to capture the most subtle details that create giant leaps in reality.
How you doing today,
At
Princess?
4K and higher resolution, the Radeon RX 7900 series is optimized to deliver incredible frame rates. and power experience.
Paranubs,
Now next, we are
welcome,
also
welcome. I
announcing
hope you're doing well.
with Luminous Productions and their action RPG Forspoken, launching in January. Luminous Productions has
3 million
truly
frames per second in
breathtaking visuals
RuneScape when?
and fully realized fantasy world, powered by hybrid ray tracing for realistic lighting and shadows on the characters and environments.
I'm doing well.
Forspoken looks and runs incredibly fast thanks to its implementation of Fidelity FX features, including FSR, variable rate shading, ambient occlusion, and downsampling, all optimized
For the first time, ray
We work
tracing
closely
makes
with game
sense to me.
studios to optimize for the next generation of games. At Ubisoft, Snowdrop has been in development for over a decade and is one of its most
Depends on the
important
price.
gaming engines. This
I'm just
is
putting
the
it out
same
there.
engine utilized across a variety of PC and multi-platform titles, from Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope to Tom Clancy's Division 2. By the way, one of my personal favorites, Long Live the Bullet King. If you play the game, you'll know. Today we are
I know,
announcing a
right?
partnership
Them
with the
fucking
next
serene
generation
spirits
of
like, we're interested in your action.
This tech demo
Zip
is
away.
beautifully rendered with global illumination, blur reflections, and shadows in addition to other effects that the Snowdrop engine uses, such as volumetric weather effects and micro detail rendering. We've worked with Ubisoft to add a highly optimized AMD ray tracing implementation that unlocks even smarter ray processing than DXR alone can provide.
We don't usually watch other streams on stream, by the way.
On a 7900 XTX, we are
I don't
hitting
usually
frame
stream
rates
this long
above
either.
80 frames per second at 4K with FSR2. We're excited to see the Snowdrop engine come to life in major upcoming titles, including Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, Splinter Cell, and Ubisoft's Star Wars project. Right? Let's go, indeed. With the announcement of Unreal Engine 5, a lot of gamers, including myself, are excited to see what new games and experiences will be created in this popular engine. UE5 is optimized to take full advantage of our unified RDNA 3 compute units with excellent ray tracing and rasterization performance. In this UE5 sample, optimized for Radeon, we're able to hit an average of 60 frames per second at 4K with FSR2 enabled. Even with resounding success of FSR2, we won't stop there. I'm excited to show you a preview of a brand new version of Fidelity FX super resolution technology, appropriately named FSR3.
Okay.
FSR3 combines our best-in-class temporal super resolution technology and our new AMD Fluid Motion Frames technology to deliver more frames per second in your games. Fluid Motion Frames increases FPS when using very demanding settings. FSR3 will
So it's
provide up to 2
generating
times increase
their
in frames per
interpolative
second at 4K resolution
interpolation
over
or whatever it's
FSR2.
called.
A significant boost across your supported games, and will be coming to PC gamers in 2023.
Makes sense.
To
Interpolation
give an
would
idea
double
of
your
what's possible
frame per
with our brand new
second.
generation of gaming cards, I'd like to show you what Sava and his small team of artists were able to create using a standard animation pipeline to build their dark sci-fi fantasy film Beckoning, an Unreal Engine in just 4 months. Let's hear from Sava.
Sava Živković. I wrote and directed Beckoning, and I want to briefly talk about how Unreal Engine 5 and AMD are empowering small teams to create cinema-class animated films. In Unreal Engine 5, Lumen and Nanite shine with the Radeon RX 7900 XTX, allowing us to walk around completely lit environments and characters and to explore the shots. This significantly speeds up the production and enables us to make creative decisions at
So why he's talking this, I'm not interested in this guy. How are you doing, Paranubs? I'm Spectrum, you can call me either, I don't mind. I've got autism, I'm disabled, and I stream RuneScape every single day. If you got any questions, please feel free to ask, otherwise sit back, enjoy. Well, I would say enjoy the game, but we're actually watching a stream right now.
The FSR Movie Render Cube plugin upscales the final
And do consider hitting that follow button. We don't usually watch streams on stream.
fast and as fun.
Awesome, that's over. We can get back to the details.
By the way, in reviewing that video, it sure does make it look easy to create a new movie, doesn't it? But it doesn't.
Nice to meet you as well.
The Radeon RX 7900 series are the most advanced gaming GPUs. First
Streamception.
of all, they are easy to upgrade into your existing gaming rig. They feature industry-leading enthusiast GPU support for next-generation displays. They will deliver ultra-high frame rates in both native and upscale games, and of course comes with up to 24 gigabytes of memory to drive the next generation of games and advanced work.
Okay, I want to know
All of
prices.
our innovations enable the 7900 XTX to deliver an incredible leap in performance of up to 1.7 times faster 4K gaming. Now, let me invite Frank Azor to the stage to show you how the Radeon RX 7900 series powers the next generation of gaming and streaming experiences. Frank?
I want to see performance and prices. I mean, obviously it's going to be expensive, but is it going to be cheaper than Nvidia? It's going to have to be cheaper than Nvidia, right? Ruins, welcome, welcome.
It's just been so long since we've been able to all be together and to do this the way it deserves to be done, right? In person and just with all these incredible games and visuals behind us.
Fair enough, just careful about saying you stream things on my channel.
Don't worry, Scott's going to come back and tell you when you're going to be able to get them and what they're going to be priced at, okay? I promise. But they're incredible graphics cards. But you know what's even more incredible? Is that at AMD, you get more
What's incredible?
than just a great graphics card. We're committed to building the absolute best gaming, creating, and streaming experiences. I'm going to share with you today
Interesting.
about some of our latest developments of how we're pulling it all together to bring you the next generation of PCs. Great hardware, as you've seen today, deserves great software. And AMD Adrenalin is your software interface for harnessing the full potential of your AMD-powered system. We're committed to bringing you an Adrenalin software that you can depend on, and that offers you state-of-the-art features and next-level.
They've not
gaming
been very dependable in the past.
and for creating. If you're not already familiar with AMD Adrenalin, let me catch you up real quickly to what you've been missing. Adrenalin is your hub for just about everything. You can find and launch your games, plus monitor your stats and performance across all the games on your system, all from one home screen. You can customize your Radeon settings for each game, as well as record and stream those games right from within the UI. You can even turn your system into its own personal game server and connect your smartphone, tablet, or another Windows PC to play your games remotely.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
And of course, you can take full control over your AMD graphics card and your Ryzen CPU and tune them for maximum performance.
Wait,
and
you can overclock your Ryzen
efficiency. Awesome.
from
But there's
the
probably
Adrenalin
two
software.
things that I love most about Adrenalin. First,
I didn't know
is
that.
the fact that all these features are within one unified UI. And second, it's a completely unlocked experience, meaning we don't force you to create an account. You're not going to be monitored by us. You're not going to be tracked. You can just access all these features. You can customize your system to your content and just play the games you love.
That is what we like to see. No fucking tracking. I like it.
So let me talk to you about some of the upcoming features you can expect from the next version of Adrenalin. Existing features like Radeon Super Resolution, Radeon Boost, and Anti-Lag are
Guys, I
huge
need the bathroom.
performance amplifiers for your gaming experience. But let's be honest, most of us don't want to have to learn about each new feature, how it works, which games it works on, which features work best with one another. When we finally get some time to sit down and game, it's just too much complexity to deal with. I just want to get in the game and I want to play. So we heard you. To simplify all this, we're introducing Hyper RX mode. With Hyper RX, we've redeveloped these performance boosting technologies to all work together and at the same time, compounding their benefits and giving you a one-click experience to improve frame rate and latency. The game Dying
That-
Light 2, just to give you an example, in the game Dying Light 2, we're seeing performance
Coming first half 2023, so
to 85% with 1/3 of the latency. It's incredible. So look forward to HyperRX coming out early next year, and you can experience it.
early next year, but they said first
All right, so
half.
let's talk about what are we
I don't know how
doing
much I
to
trust
help
that.
improve your recording and your streaming experience.
They would have said Q1 if it
OBS,
was
as
going to
many of you
definitely
know,
be
is
early.
the leading video recording and live streaming platform out there, and it's used by some of the world's most successful and popular streamers. Well, we've partnered with OBS to improve video streaming quality across all bit rates on Radeon RX 6000 and 7000.
6,000 and 7,000.
Additionally, with the new AMD RDNA 3 media engine, we've added AV1 hardware encoding, improved
Which we
quality
like to
and
see.
transforming live streaming. In this example, we're looking at a recorded image of Halo, captured with OBS on the Radeon 7900 XTX graphics card. Both images were captured at the same 3.5 megabit per second bitrate. As you can see behind me, the quality of the stream and the text within it is visibly pixelated. But with the addition of our AV1 hardware encoding,
Honestly,
updated pre-analysis and pre-filtering algorithms, plus our OBS optimization,
I desperately want an AV1 encoder of some form.
providing a clear, sharp, and a smooth viewing experience. Additionally, with Xilinx AI and content adaptive machine learning technology, we've integrated that into the AMD framework, and it's been trained to learn, predict, and target.
They're using Xilinx IP in the GPUs. I didn't see that coming.
Especially when streaming at low bit
Makes
rates,
sense.
the
They spent enough money on it.
The new AMD RDNA 3 media engine reaches beyond streaming level. With our dedicated AV1 hardware processing, video encoding is up to 7 times faster than software, even at ultra-high resolutions like 8K. Support for the RDNA 3 media engine will be available across applications like Adobe Premiere Pro, FFmpeg, Handbrake, and in upcoming releases of OBS. And
That
for video
is-
creators, any video creators in the audience? Anybody create video? You're gonna love this. So we're introducing something we call Smart Access Video.
Smart.
Smart Access Video works with select applications when you pair the Ryzen 7000 series with the new Radeon 7000 series. And unlike other platforms that can really only make use of either your CPU or your GPU's video compression engines, Smart Access Video distributes the encoding and decoding workloads across both your Ryzen CPU and your Radeon graphics cards.
Okay,
video
that
compression,
that is interesting.
enabling faster 4K and 8K editing. And when it comes to batch transcoding, Smart Access Video reduces parallel transcoding times by nearly 1/3. Smart
Look,
Access Video will be
it's like
available
30%,
across
28%,
applications
something like
Premiere
that.
Pro, FFmpeg, and more, starting
Okay,
in December.
that sounds good.
Next,
When do we get to gaming performance?
let me share with you how we're bringing all these technologies and all this greatness together for you into our AMD Advantage solutions. So when we first introduced Advantage laptops, we raised the bar of what defines just a great portable gaming experience. And Advantage laptops have been carefully designed and developed with our partners to ensure that their premium experiences are felt throughout. Multiple models of these laptops are available in market right now from your favorite OEM and SI partners. And look, nothing compares to building your own desktop if you can, all right? But for those of us that maybe don't have the time, the experience, or the will to do so right now, we've applied the great AMD Advantage design framework that we applied to laptops originally, and we're bringing that to desktops now. We've partnered with several leading system integrators to bring you these turnkey solutions, so that whether you're gaming, you're streaming,
I don't care about
creating,
this.
Advantage desktops have been designed and developed with our partners to be the best desktops you'll find in the market.
I don't care about this,
All the
guys.
incredible
I'm not gonna
performance
lie.
you saw here
I want to
today
build
from
my
the
own.
7900 XTX, well, that's what you can expect with Advantage desktop systems. It starts by pairing our Ryzen 9 processor and our Radeon XTX graphics. Then we amplify that performance with our smart technologies, including Smart Access Memory and Smart Access Video, as well as the full feature set of Adrenalin software, including Radeon Super Resolution, AMD Noise Suppression, HyperRX, and more. But Advantage goes even further than that.
We're
By
rolling.
ensuring every component,
Exactly,
motherboard,
Mrs.
the
Biffle
SSD
Chips.
drive,
And I
the
win!
memory, the power supply, all the rest, they all work seamlessly together, and they're all tuned.
Can we
to
get over
maximum
this and move on to
performance
GPU
every
performance
time
already?
and quality metrics also. Next, we focus on each system delivering its full graphics potential. We know that peak visual quality and performance are incredibly important to gamers. So Advantage desktops have been thermally designed, reliably powered, and rigorously tested to ensure that they deliver on the highest resolution and refresh rate experiences possible on the 7900 XTX. And it all comes together when you pair them with one of the over 2,500 AMD FreeSync monitors available, allowing you to experience the most demanding games at their smoothest and highest settings.
Not bad, not
And
bad.
of course, each Advantage desktop is built to game.
I really need the
Full
bathroom.
configuration of premium components, all tuned and tested reliably to give you maximum performance every single time. We're really excited to be working with
Thank you,
all of our
Kota.
partners on bringing you the first generation of Advantage desktops. It's been awesome to be here with you guys today. This is a historic moment. Thank you so
Historic.
much for your time. Let me welcome Scott back on the stage.
Let's see how historic... Come on. Quiet. Let's see how historic it is when we see the performance.
Okay, are you ready? All right, what an incredible day of announcements that will transform the future of graphics in games. The AMD Radeon 7900 series, built for extreme performance to drive 4K and 8K high refresh rate gaming monitors, powered by the world's most advanced gaming graphics architecture, RDNA 3. Here we go. Starting December 13th, 2022, you'll be able to purchase the 7900 XTX.
Holy Jesus Christ!
$999.
A grand? That... It's expensive, but...
Gaming card under $1,000. Also
The-
on December 13th,
The world's
2022, you'll be
fastest
able to
gaming
purchase
card
7900 XT,
under $1,000, did he just say?
$999 and $899. The world's most advanced gaming GPUs powering your gaming rig for years to come. That's the end of our show. Thank you for joining us today, and we can't
Are you
wait
not
to
gonna
get
sh-
these gaming cards in your hands in December. Have a great rest of your day.
I mean... Yeah, I do agree with you, but a 4090, which is its competitor theoretically, is $2,000. I'm looking at the price of 4090 now. 4090s are $2,000. The MSRP is $1,600. So if it can compete with a 4090 at $1,000, this is beautiful, by the way. I love this. Right, how the hell do I stop this? I guess I can just delete that. Yep. There is a Type-C interface on that card. I did tell you there was red. Right, guys, so that was insane. 1,000... He said, and I will quote, the world's fastest gaming GPU. He said the world's fastest. If it can outperform a 4090 at $1,000, that would be fucking insane. Sorry for my language, guys. I do swear from time to time on stream, but come on. If that can if it's within spitting distance of a 4090 for $1,000, I was really hoping for one more thing and them to announce the 7950 XTX. That awesome. That is I just want to say that the 950 is a thing, which means that the 7900 XTX is probably not the fastest GPU. Love it. That... Right, guys, I am going... We are going to raid out. And Kiru's live. Perfect. We're going to raid Kiru. Kiru is a mute streamer. She's very nice. I love talking to her. I quite often look in Kiru's streams. That was insane, guys. If it is the world's fastest GPU, that will be incredible. They did say it. There is a Type-C on there as a video output, which... yeah. Anyway, guys. Thank you for hanging out. It's been a long stream. Have a good day, night, morning, afternoon, or evening. Whether you watch this live as a VOD or on YouTube. Guys, look after yourselves. Stay safe. And last but not least, as always, it's cheerio.